very special friends that I've met here. But the fact that we come here and raise money for NAMI means so much to
はい、
me. And I'm sure it means
皆
so
さん
much
こん
to
に
you.
ちは。
A lot of you.
引き続き司会進行は、大場が担当させていただいております。次のゲームですね。次のゲームなんですが、Aidyn Chronicles The First Mage というゲームです。こちら解説の方、今、いらっしゃらないですね。なので、知ってる方などいましたら、ご連絡いただけると助かります。確かこのゲーム、何年か前に何かのイベントでやってたような気がするんですよね。そうですね、日本未発売の、任天堂64の RPG。確か、そう、司会やった覚えがある。何年か前にこのぐらいの時間でやってたのを見たことがあります。その時もなんかよくわからなかった覚えが。まさかまたこのゲームと出会うとは思わなかった実質有識者。覚えてないけど葬式キャンセルしたの覚えてる。
Before we do that, I'm Sumdiener, and my duties up here at the host desk are coming to an end. Just gotta say, it's been
なんかお葬式する場面があったんですけど、お葬式しなかったの覚えてる。で、ビットが3つありまして、チートコードのショーケースと、主人公の名前と、カットシーンを見る。カットシーンスキップしないで見る。で、カットシーンスキップしないで見るのはすでに達成している。名前は、名前なんだこれ。キークバザー。
So it was definitely marathon luck. So we got that this time, and I was kind of half expecting it because we did a practice run in the private room earlier, and everything went perfect. Like first try on shots, and generals just falling left and right, no problems at all. So
一度見てもわからないことが分かった。
Yeah, I mean, it's a marathon. It's bound to happen. You know, from what I understand, this is the first time that it's been seen at an RPG limit break. So it's super awesome that you're able to bring it. So I wanted to, probe a little bit more and ask, this game specifically.
正直一回見たけれど謎のゲームですね。あれから何年か経ちましたけど何かわかるのかな。で、このゲームがですね、EST が3時間55分なので、およそ4時間ですね。
Exactly, and that's kind of how I first saw it. I was like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. And then the other piece was like how unique the battle system is with the generals, and like you said, you can recruit all these generals up to 150 in the game.
150, that's
まだ時間がありそうなので、その間に、このイベントのご紹介をさせていただきます。現在、ジャパニーズリストリームでは、RPG リミットブレイク2025の様子を、公認で日本語ミラー配信しております。RPG リミットブレイク2025は、RPG 作品に対して特にフォーカスした、チャリティー RTA イベントで、RPG という特徴のため、タイトルの平均時間は比較的長く、他のイベントでは、なかなか見られないような人気タイトルも予定されております。今回のイベントからは、コロラド州デンバーのデンバーテックセンター地区に移転しました。前回に引き続き、オフライン開催とリモートランで構成されております。
forward-thinking feature. to
今
have
回
this
の
sort of gaming that
RPG
blends into
リミッ
it.
トブレイク2025も例年に続きナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネス通称ナミを支援するためのチャリティー RT イベントとなっております。ナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネスは精神疾患を持つ方やその家族、心の不調や悩みを持つ方たちを支えることを目的に設立された非営利団体でございます。特定のゲームには寄付と関連して、カテゴリーの変更やエンディングの選択や追加でのボーナス欄が予定されており、各項目ごとに設定された目標寄付金額を達成した際に行われます。また、寄付金額を表に見立てたビット王によって、キャラクター名や選択肢などが決定されることもあります。寄付額に対する報酬は URL からご確認いただけます。今、コマンドを出しています。はい、こちらですね。イベントは5月19日月曜日午前2時半頃から開始して、1週間後、25日日曜日の午後1時半頃まで昼夜問わず行われます。スケジュールをご確認の上、ぜひ最後までお楽しみください。以上、こちら RPG ミッドブレイクのご紹介でした。
Yeah, it's a really an amazing contribution. Like, you can grind for world record, which is perfectly valid, of course. A lot of people will spend a lot of time doing it. But a lot of the stuff, speedrunning for pretty much any game is a big collaborative effort.
ウィキが Wikipedia に載ってるので、翻訳して読んでみましょうか。
Undoubtedly leave your fingerprints
all
over the game.
And it's not just me. There's a lot of people that do this kind of thing.
エイディン・クロニクルズ・ザ・ファースト・メージは、カナダのスタジオ H2O エンターテインメントが開発し、THQ が Nintendo64 ビデオゲームコンソール向けに発売したロールプレイングビデオゲームです。このゲームは 3D の世界を舞台としています。プレイヤーはポリゴンベースの、主人公のアラロンを操作して、屋内外を問わず移動させます。視点は、主に三人称視点。アラロンの背後から俯瞰で見ることができます。時間はリアルタイムで経過して、昼と夜は、視界と戦闘に影響を与えます。昼と夜の話、どこにある？時間帯によって強くなったり弱くなったりする。There's definitely potential for those types of games to get in. As long as you put in 通常のゲームプレイではアラロンの移動速度やカメラ視点を変更することはできません。戦闘モード以外では、プレイヤー、パーティーメンバーを操作することができません。戦闘は単性ですが、プレイヤーのキャラクターや攻撃モンスターのステータスが単純に影響を与えることがあります。戦闘が始まると、アラロンと彼のパーティーはさまざまな地形の別の画面に転送されます。プレイヤーは透明な境界線でマークされた、特定の距離を各パーティーメンバーで移動できます。戦闘中に死亡したパーティーメンバーは復活できずに、ゲームから永久に削除されます。アラロンが死亡した場合はゲームオーバーになります。主人公ですね。主人公が死んだらゲームオーバーになるタイプのキャラロストする RPG。
Hey, look at that!
So, this is the Aidyn Chronicles run by Haktical. Here's my good friend. So he helped commentate on my run just now, and this is also the first time that Aidyn Chronicles has been in a live marathon.
Well, there you go. Back to back first time.
Aidyn Chronicles The First Mage は行方不明の農夫ケンダルを探している、アラロンという名の若い勇者の物語です。そうですね。ファイヤーなんちゃら。ファイヤーなんちゃら。ファイヤーなんちゃらって言われると、ファイヤーなんちゃらほどファイヤーなんちゃらではないですけどね。そんな感じのゲームだったかな。
minimum donation. Thanks to Ghost Kumo, our very own Ghost Kumo, for providing this. It's super, super, super cute.
It's nice.
I don't want to pick it up because I fear I'm going to break it, but this absolutely gorgeous Final Fantasy VIII wooden case replica up here on the shelves here. If we can get a close zoom in on that, is really incredible. The detail on this, the camera doesn't do this justice. Trust me, this thing is amazing. It's 3D. It's got a back as well with some more awesome things. And that is going to be a $25 minimum donation. Again, thank you so much, Pigmented, for this. There's a whole bunch of these that we have in the back that we're going to be seeing throughout the marathon, and they really are absolutely
those are really cool. I really like those.
Yeah, and you know, Evil Ash, you know, towards your left here, we got, what's this that you got over here? It looks like, oh my gosh, the Super Mario locking storage box. That's going to be a $5 minimum donation. Thanks, Heroic Spirit Gamer, for setting this one in. And, you know, if you can like hold that out, I'm going to teach you how to be an awesome prize handler, all right? You're going to hold it out, you know, you're going to, you know, point to it, look at that, you know, wonderful, wonderful work, Evil Ash. You're a natural. So it's going to be a $5 minimum donation. I'm sorry for the, from now until the end of Landstalker. But I think I heard something rattling around in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that, I should probably check and make sure. Oh my goodness.
なんか背景の後ろにいるラプラス、だいぶなんか目がなんかギョロッとしてますね。
The prize. Now I'm going to try and hold this as steady as humanly possible. This is a Shy
ラプ
Guy
ラス好きなんですか
tabletop
ね。
miniature. It's the smallest thing I've ever seen.
後ろ
It's
に
so
チョ
cute.
コボと一緒
It's
にも
got
いる。
tiny little patches of grass, and I'm going to try and my best to, you know, keep my hands steady. But this is going to be a $15 minimum donation from now until the end of Landstalker. It's super, super, super cute. Get a little rotation here. Look at that. Oh my goodness. I can't believe how small this is. Big thanks to Mr. Dean for donating this one to us. It's super adorable. I hope I do not lose it, because otherwise someone's going to be very, very disappointed in me. I'm going to place this back down right here very carefully. I do want to remind everybody that we have our grand prize running throughout the entire event. That's $200 cumulative throughout the marathon to get entered to win our Nintendo Switch 2 bundle. Donated by the RPG Limit Break staff. So we don't have anything to show you yet, because as you all know, it's not out yet. But we got one, and it's going to be given away to somebody, some generous donator of this event. So if you want to donate a small amount for one of these prizes, you find something else that catches your eye later on, it will all count towards that $200 cumulative donation. Evil Ash, thank you so much for coming on right after your run. You know, not giving you a break at all here.
That's all right. Thank you for
But
having me.
it was awesome. You're an awesome guest. But we're going to go ahead and throw it back to the front. So stay tuned for more RPG Limit Break 2025.
All right, hello. I am Anatoliu, and I'm taking over hosting from Some Diener, legendary Dragon Warrior 4 speedrunner. Some Diener, great work on the host chair. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm coming straight over from the commentary couch over to the hosting booth, and excited for this next run of Aidyn Chronicles, the first Mage. The #1 RPG on the Nintendo 64 being run by haktical. And I do believe we're ready, so haktical, take it away, let's go.
まさか。え
Yeah, welcome to Aidyn Chronicles. Happy to be here.
主人公の名前、キークバザー。
So yeah, we got
調べたらですね、ドラクエ4の盗賊箱とか出てきた。
That is correct. We have no incentive to watch the cutscenes.
Awesome. So what I'll do is I will get into the run. There's an opening cutscene that's a few minutes long, and I will do introduction. And but in order to do that, I'm going to need
ドラクエ4の盗賊箱との名前だ。
Although I think I know the answer.
Let me, I've been frantically refreshing.
Yeah, give it one more shot.
Somehow I can't help but feel this is somehow my fault, but I'm not going to take the blame for this. It does look like, for better or worse, the main character's name is going to be Kirk Buzzer.
つまりこれはドラクエ盗賊箱との冒険ということ。
All right, so again, I'm going to jump into the run. There's going to be an opening cutscene that's going to kind of introduce some characters, some of which we'll be seeing more in the run. It'll be setting up the opening story, Of the
盗
cutscenes,
賊
the
箱だって
opening
何
one
したや
is
つだっ
goofy,
け
but
覚え
this
て
is
ない
an
な
N64 RPG, I expect goofiness. So, yeah, we're gonna jump right in, and I will do introductions during that. So, if we are all ready, I will start the run in 3, 2, 1, go.
あ、始まりました。
All right, so I am Haktical, and I am joined here by my
グッ
friend.
ドラックです。
So this is a Nintendo
盗賊
64
箱の冒
RPG,
険
as
で
we
すね。
mentioned. I don't know if I'd put it as number 1, but I'll give it a top 5. Don't count how many RPGs the Nintendo 64 has too closely.
あー、
But
ガーデン
this
ブ
is
ル
a
グ、
Lisa
ガーデンブル
Bender
グで
RPG that came out
あれ
near the
か
end of the
十字架の寸で
lifetime. For a comparison, this came out a few months before Final Fantasy X.
倒さないと
And it looks just as good
な
as
ん
Final
か
Fantasy
仲間
X.
が一人牢屋に入れられっぱなしになるやつか。
So, yeah, this intro cutscene is sort of this here character that they just showed is Auron or Kirk Buzzer. This will be the main character that we'll be following throughout the run. And this opening cutscene is going to sort of introduce
キークバザーというのが、ドラゴンクエスト4に出てくる、その盗賊バコタっていうね、敵ですね。敵の名前です。見た目はドラクエ3の舞踏家みたいなやつ。
And there'll be a few more characters here, but get some nice. This cutscene does give some nice close-up looks at some of the characters that are a little bit harder to see during gameplay.
Not much easier to see those up either.
最初は
Yeah, I mean there are at least 5 pixels on the screen right now. Get some exciting music. Any RPG music fans?
ゴブリンの毒にやられて、直すのには、直そうとしているところですね。
So, one thing to note, I am playing this with the expansion pack in the Nintendo 64. It's sort of a requirement for the run. If you play without the expansion pack, there are some different encounters, there's some different music, some different formations, and all the routing is designed around having the expansion pack present. This game does have a high-res mode. It looks bad.
あ、そっか、ここ、多分本来は、多分飛ばすと思うんですけど、移動で、カットシーン全部見るっていうのが達成されているので見ていますね。ありがたいですね。カットシーンすべて見るなのかな。カットシーンは飛ばさずに見るかな。うん。
Sadly, she will not be joining our party, but she is a popular choice among casual players. I'll talk more about the magic system and why she's not that
なるほど。
for the run once we get into it.
多分 EST はそれを想定して入っているはず。
Her magic does not include throwing fireballs. Kirk Buzzer.
盗賊バコタ。うん。
Hero 2 keeps introducing himself as a sorcerer at the start and has no spells.
Right. Yeah.
They're working on it. We have not yet met the first mage, so these are just the prospects.
Exactly.
バコタ家にいるんだろう。
Turbo controller, so turbo is allowed for this run. In general, the run isn't very input heavy. There is some text mashing that I'll turbo through. There are some text mashing that I'll specifically not turbo through. But really, there's one major shopping point at the start of the run where it's sort of invaluable. I have wrist issues.
翻訳するほどの英語能力がない。こういう時にね、英語が分かるとね、多分役に立つんですけどね。バコタイケメンですね。
Alright, so first things first, I'm going to grab this treasure chest. Sort of optional, it's just some healing potions.
英語分かってもこの速度は読めん。
Dialogue out of the way also for the first time we take something out of a treasure chest.
お、ゴブリンいた。
We get a little intro scene here with
あ、そこは
some
あれなんだね。ムービーシーンじゃないところは飛ばしちゃうの
this
ね。
world. And they're just some merchants here trying to sell
あ、
some
これは
spices.
さすがに読めないな。
They talk about how the forest is dangerous and we shouldn't be here and that they don't think they'll see us again. But I don't know that we actually see them again, but we're not going anywhere.
あ、ゴブリンもいい味出してますね。なんかヒゲが生えてて若干ドワ踏みを感じる。
Alright, so we're going to get introduced to the first battle here. It's going to be very quick. There's not really much to do here. It's just a single bat. It's going to be a little while before we jump
これ
into the
は
actual
あれですね。
battle.
チュートリアルです
You
ね。
can see here it kind of takes place in a 3D overworld environment. You get this ring of movement. You know, you can attack. You do get range attacks and spells and items and things like that.
なんか終わりましたね。
Order's a little bit funny. We'll
あれ
talk
こ
about
ん
that as
こ
we
んな
go
なん
along.
か全自動バトルみたいな
The
感じだっ
way
たか。
rounds work and the way Terminator works. But that's sort of the intro to into the battle system. But we're not gonna really see a real
お
battle
幽霊が現れた。
for like, you know,
A
half an hour
spirit.
of the run. There'll be a couple other short ones, but nothing major. So there's a hat on the ground that's Kendall's
よし、
hat. We could
わ
pick
か
that
る。
up and
わかるところは読んでみよう。
we don't have any reason to do so. And we see a spirit running.
わからん。
And this is kind of a recurring character throughout this run, which will be important later. But then we're going to run into these goblin poisoners here. And these goblin poisoners are going to hit
バ
us
トル
just
始
for
まり
one
ました。
point of
4
damage.
対1。
But after we get
あ、
hit
でも
twice
1ダ
by
メージしか受けない。
we will become poisoned.
これが新ゴブリンか。
And yeah, it's just a scratch, but it burns. And we're going to wake up in
あ、
Oriana's
で、
hut.
攻撃を受けて、
Herbalist healer type
これで
person.
毒になるのか。
And she found us and she's trying to heal our poison. And she's this is a
さっ
pretty
きのじゃあ
important
何？
location. She's a pretty important character to the story.
出てこないんだよな。
Yeah, even though thinks she's cured us, we're feeling dizzy and we're gonna kind of fall into a little fever dream here that's gonna introduce
で、毒を治さなきゃい
use
け
the
ない
word
の
abuse
で、
very loosely, but introduce the
え
bad guys of the run, which are gonna be the chaos. So that guy and the guy on the
魔
left,
術師を、
monster looking dude, he's
ん
chaos.
違う、毒を治す種族が、
Another big bad.
種
later
族
on
という
in
か、
this
まあ
cutscene.
部族か、部族がいるので、
And this is also the first
そいつに
introduction
頼んで、毒を治さ
choreography
な
of
きゃいけない
the
と
scene
い
in
う感じ
this
かな。
run.
うん。
There's a lot of like static camera panning, and there's not really a whole lot of like panning and moving at the same time, and the camera kind of goes to these weird angles that makes it kind of hard to see. You know, expect a lot more of this. It's really goofy. I'll point out a couple of specific funny examples as we go along. But this was a very ambitious game. Again, this came out near the end of the Nintendo 64
受けてる
life
の
cycle.
に、
And it was very ambitious. They had plans to
自
do a
分
lot
で
more
出
with
向か
it.
なきゃいけないの。
But as is the case, you know, some developers, especially not long-run developers, eventually time and money mean that the game needs to be released. So it's a little bit, maybe I don't want to say unfinished, but maybe not up to what was originally intended. So we talked to Oriana there. She's a merchant. We can buy stuff there. We can also train in skills or spells there. So the way this game kind of works is as you earn experience, as you complete battles, and Aileron in particular will also earn experience as the story goes on. You can spend that experience to learn spells or to improve your spells, improve your stats, in addition to like just regularly gaining levels. So I'm
風
hugging
邪
the
ひい
right
た
wall
時
here.
の病院みたい
Unfortunately, I
な
got
ノ
this
リ
bad
で
fight.
毒治しに行くん
Annoying
です
to
ね。
fight it. I was hugging the right wall to try to avoid this fight. But every now and then they catch you from kind of off screen. These bats are pretty easy. It's just a little bit slow to fight with a solo
多
character.
分ノリ的には
Notice
イ
that
ン
I'm
フルに
attacking
か
these
かっ
bats
て
for a lot. This is very important. I'll talk
どうしようもないか
about
ら
that
イン
more
フル
later.
かかりつつも病院頑張っていくみたいな
So
感じな
there's
の
bonus
か。
combat. But yeah, so at the end of a battle or at a specific trainer, at the end of a battle you can
やだ
increase anything
な
you currently have. At a trainer you can learn new skills or new spells, and we'll be doing that later in the run. but you spend your experience points, so it's both contributes to your overall level and also is sort of like a currency for powering up your character and let you do what kind of build you want to do. So this might get messed up because of that encounter. I'm trying to
病院が嫌がるやつ。
here
あれかな。
Okay, I got it. There's a little dialogue in 20 seconds. If I don't move pretty precisely around that corner, you have to make sure you keep them off camera. But yeah, Oriana created these glowing spheres to lead us back to Gornia. She's like, I can't do any more for you. Go back to your
この
kingdom.
ピカピカ光ってるやつはなんだろう。目的地のやつかな。
And maybe he can work out something to heal you. So these lights are leading us back to Gornia. And we're actually going to deviate from the
システムが全然わからない。
important item pickup that I'll be able to get if I go out of the way.
そしてね、移動がこのなんていうの、この移動のな早いとも言えない、このドタドタ感。
Not like a save file or anything, but remembering where you are, remembering your position, your status, and when you get into a monster fight, you can flee. And if you flee from a monster fight, it kind of like rolls you back a checkpoint. So there's a monster over here that I'm waiting to move, a goblin in the background, and I'm going to run by him. So this game has a sneak mechanic, which we'll be seeing very shortly to avoid encounters, and we'll be using that pretty heavily throughout the run. But it's a lot faster to run past enemies if we have the ability to do so. So that's what that was me just taking a short break to wait for the monster to move.
なんか宝箱を開ける動作をメニュー画面開いて、ちょっとでも早くしてるように見えるな。ん？メニュー画面、だいぶ戻ったな。戻りましたが。アイテム取ってわざと戦闘に入ってなんかで戻ったな。
Position rollback I was talking about to quickly get back to the river. But that rope that we picked up increases your thief skill. I think it's your thief skill. And thieves are very strong in this game. So the way skills kind of work in this game is
なんでしょうね。
there are like class skills, so you don't have like an actual character class. Like I'm not a mage or whatever, but I do have a wizard skill and I have a warrior skill, and you can have a thief, and so you can have skills that represent traditional RPG classes, and you can have.
この辺のシステムは書いてないな。
Not every character can learn every skill, but most of them can learn.
そして前に見たことがあるはずなのに全然覚えてない。
Swords or axes or shields or whatever else. So there's kind of two general types of skills, and the only one for the run are, in terms of like what we put points into, are mostly just wizard is going to be very important. They cost a lot of experience to raise up, so we're not going to be able to get too many of them. But we'll take a couple others too. So here's the sneak mechanic. We're going to sneak a little bit until that rat walks away, and then we're going to resume running. Yeah, that sneaking is really that slow. You'll be seeing some more of it.
インボルエンカウントっぽいので、避けられる戦闘はなるべく避けてますか。
Does the sneak mechanic just like shrink the aggro bubble?
It's weird. Yes, but in many cases it'll like remove it altogether. Like you can physically bump up against an enemy and you might not get an encounter, but sometimes you do. I do think the enemy gets some kind of background perception check to see through your sneak because there is a sneak skill. So there's a couple spots in the run where I'll try to sneak past something and I may or may not be successful on the first try because they might just see me. But yeah, in general it just shrinks that aggro bubble like you're saying.
なんだ？あれか。それはアイテム、あれか、スカイリム的なアイテムの取り方をするんだな。
There are a lot of items scattered around the town and around the castle, but we have a better way of making gold than going around and picking up all the scraps.
樽の中身を一個一個取ってって。 自分の手持ちに入れるみたいな感じ。
When we get back to town, Apricon will tell us how everyone was looking for us. Prince Sheridan's
お
going
城
to
に
be
着きました。
snooping in. This is another
ここは
spot that's
カ
got
ッ
some
トシーンかな。
some weird choreography in camera where sometimes the camera will be like not even looking at the characters during some scenes.
バコタ戻ったか。ああ。
Yeah, they were really trying to figure out how to do like cinematography in video games in this era. And hadn't quite figured out how to do it great.
Yeah, the visuals in this game are actually like pretty good, honestly, for this era. Like the textures are like the poly count is low, but the textures are pretty good. There's a lot of good detail to like the armor and like the banners around and everything. And you know, it is limited by the Nintendo 64's output res, but it's pretty good for the era, honestly. Maybe not for the year, but for the console generation.
Yeah, especially for being playable without the expansion pack.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Apricon tells Prince Sheridan to like go away and not listen in, and he's still just kind of hanging out in the background of that scene. All right, so we're gonna go into the castle here, and we're gonna talk to the king and let him know that, hey, we got poisoned by goblins, you know, and Oriana couldn't heal us. Another limitation of the N64 is obviously that there's only one joystick, so moving the camera involves holding a button and moving the joystick, so you can't move and pan the camera at the same time. Will be a factor a few times throughout the run. Yeah, we talked to the king, and he suggests that he gives us a letter to the Mirari, so the same people that we saw at the very start of the run, and tells us to go to Aramon, their town, their hometown, and that they're known for their healers and their sages, and they might be able to help heal us, even though Oriana wasn't able to do so. So he gives us a letter to their king and says, you can take a couple people from the castle with you as party members to, you know, protect you, I guess, while you're on the journey. And then Apricon shows us the knight's roll. There's that little scene there, which is just a list of the knights in Guernia that Auron aspires to be part of.
So how bad is this poison actually if he's able to go on a journey with a bunch of people to get it cured?
We'll talk more about the poison once we get to that point, because there's more going on there than some simple poison. But Auron definitely has a weakness as of something. So
ね、とても
this is
ボンゴ的ななんか
There's a short dialogue with Bowen. He gives us a little quest to side quest deal that we're actually going to do.
これはこっちちょっと
to find a sword. He's hidden in the basement in a chest, locked away in the chest. And that sword's going to be a really good starter sword. So we went up there to get the key from him. And we're going to come down here. We're going to talk to Godric real quick. He's one of the party members that we bring with us. But he's kind of just ignoring us for the moment, so we're just going to go the next room over. Grab Trehorn's sword. That's the one that I was talking about.
なんか剣を拾った。
And then we're going to talk to Godric. We're both through his dialogue here, and then he's going to join us. So Godric is an alchemist character. Abricon's a knight character, obviously. He can't learn wizard at all, but he's just a really tanky, strong physical guy at the start of the game. Kind of a favorite of anybody who's played the game because he really carries you through the game. Godric's a kind of like goofy alchemist dude doing his weird experiments in the basement. But he has one specific use that is irreplaceable. And then as we leave, Brenna here, our childhood friend who's a thief, will also insist on tagging along. And if we choose certain dialogue options with her, she's going to give us a bunch of stuff. You say that, you know, we know you're a good thief, but we don't really want to bring you with you. And she's like, here's a battle axe, and a sword, and some armor, and some shields. And It's like, okay, we get the idea. You can come with us. So we're going to use that as a little bit of feeder gold. As we get our last look at Gornia Castle for quite a while. We'll be back here, but it'll be a couple hours. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to unequip most of my gear. I'm going to unequip equip a couple pieces of mandatory gear, and then I'm going to do basically some gold.
何やってるかは全然わからないですけど、飛ばせるところは飛ばしてると思うんですよね。
Which sell for much more than the ingredients cost to make them.
いつの間にか仲間が4人揃ってたんですね。
And so we're going to be here for a couple minutes.
That makes sense because the time you
あれか
spend
な、
out
話しかけてた
something, right?
やつが
Yeah.
You paid for your time.
仲間になるタイプのやつだったのかな。うん。
This is a good time to read a couple of donations.
あ、
Absolutely.
これ思い出した。 金作だ。
What I believe is the number one RPG on
なんか覚えがあるぞこれ。金作だ。
We do have a
金作してる。
with the comment, so happy to see this marathon running again. Like many, I wish I could do more, but everything else. That's right. Thank you so much for that donation. And then, very exciting, we had a $100 donation from Code
や
and
ってた
Data.
やってたこれ。前にやってた時もやってましたこれ。
The $5,000 mark. So thank you so much, Code and Data. That came with the comment for Nami. Thanks for everything you do. We also have a $20 donation from a Big Fong.
これやるとお金に困らなくなるんですよ。
He says, "What up, Hack? It's your friend, Big Fong Balls. Thank you for playing the third best N64 RPG. As one of the game's 3 fans, it's great to see on the big stage.
なんか多分売るとめちゃくちゃ高い
4-year Super Metroid race.
ものを作ってそれを売ってってやるとめちゃくちゃ儲けられるんですよねこれ。
All right. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you.
Out of all the
錬金術使ってるのか。錬金術で多分売ると高いものを作らせてそれを売って必要なお金を稼いでるんですね。
Still just making some potions here, so basically
確かに
almost done
錬金
making
術っ
these
てそういうものな
potions.
のかもしれないです。
So I'm going to do this last cell here. I'm going to restock on ingredients one more time,
で
and then
このポーション売ると
a few more restore potions for some extra marathon money.
1
I
万
would actually have made fewer for like a PB attempt here.
どれぐらいだ
We're
ろ
going
う。
to make a few extras,
な
and then I need to also alchemize some potions, which are going to be
5000ぐらいが3万ぐらいになっ
early
た。
progress past the first boss. So I'm going to do that first.
1万ぐらいが3万ぐらいになっ
We're
たか
gonna
な。
I need at least 2 strength potions. I need at least 3 dex potions.
おおよそ3倍ぐらいになってる。
I need at least 5 defense potions. 3, 4, 5. And then we're gonna make like 15 more
錬金
restore
術って
potions
すげえ。
for some extra money. Again, this is mostly for safety, these restore potions, but
まだやってますね、金作。錬金術使ってますね。
alright, that should be good.
エリストポーションだから、あ、金作というか普通に多分、
For getting Godric in our
ポーション
party
作っ
was
てますね。
specifically to do that alchemy section.
多分これは使うようなんですね、おそらく。
And we'll be letting him
うん。
go his own way in the first
このお金を
the
ど
first
こで
major
使うの
fight
かあ
of
と
the,
は
of the game when we get there. The first major boss fight. But
多分もうこれで
Gornia for a
このゲー
while,
ムお金に
say
困る
bye
こ
to
と
the
は
dudes.
ないはず。
And we will embark on our trip to Aramon. But first, before we actually head down the path towards Aramon, we are gonna come over here. There's this little hill, and there's a treasure chest, a locked treasure chest on top of the hill. And thankfully, Brenna is able to open it, and it's gonna have a sword in there for us. And this sword is a chaos sword. So I'll talk about weapons a little bit. Weapons tend to have an attack power, obviously. They tend to have a hit rate. and they tend to have required stats, like required strength.
ていうかそんな錬金術でできるんだったら毒とかな錬金術で治せるんじゃないのっていうのをなんか前に見た時も言ったような覚えがあるな。デジャブかな。
And the chaos sword has very low hit rate, so missing with it is an issue. I've tried skipping one of the two swords a couple times, and I've never been able to do it faster than just getting them. So we'll be using that sword really for one particular fight of the run, which will be the first boss. So even though I ran through this area before, we get to see the sneaking mechanic now because now there are some monsters out here. There are some wolves. So throughout the run, at various plot points, the monsters that are present in the world will kind of change. And sometimes you have to like save and reload or enter and exit areas or whatever else to get that to happen. But yeah, these wolves were not here before, but they are now. So you got to sneak by them. We have no real interest in killing them. The XP routing is we don't really need like a lot of XP or anything like that. There's not really any sort of randomness in that regard, and I've got it routed out pretty tightly. So I'll give a little background of this run while I'm sneaking around and running to the next town. So this game was one of my childhood favorites, believe it or not. I got this game when it came out. I rented it at the local rental store. I really liked it. I convinced my parents to buy it for me.
多分で錬金術できるってことは
that sort of led to me finding that. And so when I got into
ボス
speedrunning
戦かなんかも
2013 or so,
この錬金術でなんとかできるからレベルを上げる必要がないってこ
it
とかな
originally started with some platformers and the kind of games that everybody starts with. But when I got into RPGs, I saw that like I'm like I gotta look for this run, and I remember hearing a reference to this game being run from on the Sunday sequence break, referencing Darkwing Duck running this game, and so I sought out Darkwing Duck's VODs, and it was, you know, it was long. It was like 12 plus hours. It was kind of split into a bunch of segments, and it was some of the VODs were missing, but I sort of started going through, and I'm like, I don't think I really want to run this game. It was a little bit slow. It was long, and I was not prepared for a 12-hour-long RPG at that point in my life. So I kind of just set it aside, and then maybe
宴会をしてる時が一番奏者さんドキドキしてそう。
I decided to look into, see what was up. I started like dumping data from the ROM and doing some analysis and seeing where I could make some route improvements. But around the same time, Darkwing Duck also picked back up the route with the same ideas, or similar ideas. And also another runner around the same time, maybe a little bit later, called Gander. And at that point, they worked on getting the run down to sub 10 hours. And I'm like, you know what? These guys, they know the game, they know the run. They've been speedrunning RPGs a long time. They're not going to do anything that I wouldn't. So again, I kind of set it aside. But then COVID happened, and I had some, you know, a little bit of extra time and needed some distraction. So I decided this is going to be my project. And I looked at speedrun.com, and I saw that there was a run by Lastoid that was down to 4.5 hours compared to the like 8 to 10 hours it was before. And I'm like, okay, this is within realm. And Elastoid had done a run that was sort of routed out by somebody who doesn't really do speedruns much, but Ridley Killer. I forget the numbers. Ridley Killer 93. I'm sorry if that's wrong. But they sort of routed out a lot of the enhancements to this run, and then Elastoid had done a few runs with it. And I'm like, I can do this better. So I learned the run, I learned the updated route, and then I got to work optimizing it. My PB now is down to like
あれですね。
mid-320s. So that's sort of the background to this run. It's not a very
宴会をしてるからか、めちゃくちゃ絵面が地味ですね。
I've had ideas and have tried to put it to work, but yeah, always welcome to more ideas. There's a lot of ideas I have for things that could be improved. Some of them are reliable, some of them not. And I'll talk about a couple of those when I get to them, but that's sort of the background between my history of this run and sort of how I got into running it. A little bit of background on the game itself. So there was a donation comment earlier that mentioned this is technically a Dragon Quest game, and I'll give the background on that. So if anyone's familiar with the Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior series, they'll know that it was called Dragon Warrior on NES because the copyright wasn't available for the Dragon Quest name. And Dragon Quest was an old 80s tabletop role-playing game. And the mechanics behind this game, in terms of how the skills and the classes and everything work, are actually heavily inspired by that Dragon Quest tabletop game. So I like to say that this is technically a Dragon Quest game. I mostly run Dragon
ドラクエ
Quest
の
games,
話をしてる。
and, this is one of them as far as I'm
主
concerned.
人公バコタですし、
Learned this before Dragon Quest 8.
I did, yep.
このゲームドラクエだったかも
This
しれ
year,
ない。
probably.
I just know it. But for now, this is still a Dragon Quest takeover, so that's good.
Yeah, exactly. This is a spin-off, you know.
That's right.
So we're gonna sneak by this wolf a little bit. And yeah, this is sort of a, you know, that every time you have to sneak, there's room for optimization, right? When do you start sneaking? When do you just decide to run? One thing you can do in this game, which I'll do right now just to show it and just to have something, is you can save anywhere. So save to the controller pack,
ここで
and I can just save anywhere.
何
So
か
if
セー
I
ブをしました
encounter an enemy
ね。
that I don't expect and I see it walking towards me, or if I'm in a spot where it's like, you know, 50-50, I might get a fight or I might not, you'll frequently see me saving.
ここで
That
何
way,
か
if
があ
I
る
do
とい
get
うこ
into an
と。
encounter, I can run away and just reload the save to get back to where I was without having to redo any running. But I didn't need to do it there. I wanted to show it, and I haven't made a save yet in this run, so just get an initial save in the books. We'll be doing one before the first boss. That was sort of the first planned save, which will be coming up fairly soon. So yeah, we got a fight here with a couple bats that are just sort of in the way. It is possible to sneak by them, but I will have to run past this area twice, and it's too slow to sneak by them, and it's also not very reliable. It's actually faster to just kill them than it is to sneak by them. So again, you see me attacking everything from behind whenever I can. The reason for this is that when you attack from behind, enemies don't get some of their defensive bonuses. You have a much higher hit chance. It's very significant. If you play this game casually, you're going to walk up to an enemy and you're going to swing at it and it's going to miss, and they're going to swing at you and they're going to miss, and you're just going to spend like 5 turns going back and forth, not hitting each other.
That is exactly what happened to me when you had me play earlier.
まあ確かに、なんか
So,
死んだら
So we
キ
take
ャラ
advantage of that. And then in
ロス
addition,
ト
if
して
you
しまう
have
の
the
で、
thief class, which Abercon doesn't,
こまめ
but
な
Brandon does,
セーブ
and
は
other
必要な
people
の
that
か
I get
な。
later will. You get bonus damage, you know, like extra d6s or whatever, for hitting from behind as well. So that'll be pretty significant. So there's a bandit in these trees. You can't see him, but I promise he's there somewhere. We're just
He's sneaking too.
just sneaking around, yeah. You notice that it's nighttime now. Everything's a little bit darker. This game is pretty dark in general, but there is a day-night cycle, and things are much darker at night. I'll talk a little bit more about the day-night later in the run when it gets a little bit more relevance. The main thing to know is, like, obviously, visually things change at night, but also some enemies will spawn at night that will not be there during the day. So there'll be a couple points in the run where I want it to be a specific time of day. And then the part I'll explain later is there's some lunar solar aspect to your character's abilities that will have an effect based on day-night, but that's not relevant right now, so I'll talk about it once it is. I'm taking this sort of weird-looking path, but this is sort of just the fastest way to run to the town of Aramon. Sometimes we're on the path, sometimes we're off the path. There are other routes to get there, but they involve enemies that you have to sneak past or YOLO past, and they're not reliable. So this is the kind of the fastest but also safest way of getting to town. And we're almost there. We're almost to Aramon, the town of the Mirari. Sadly, sadly because of the speedrun, I'm going to be mashing through or turboing through all the text, but it's well worth playing the game and reading some of the text in this town. It's there's some nonsense in there, and it's pretty charming. Right.
結
So
構
here we
遠い
go.
っすね。目的地。遠いなぁ。
And yeah, we're gonna have a short dialogue with the king, and then we're going to basically what's gonna happen is we're gonna show him the letter from our king, from King of Gornia, and he's gonna say, well, we've been having these problems with these goblins in these caves lately nearby.
ようやく
If you
多
can
分
help us
こ
out
れ
with the
が
goblins,
毒が治せ
maybe
る
we
部
can help
族
you
の
out a
と
bit
ころ
healing.
なのか
And so then sends us off
な
to find
ま
some
だ
goblins.
か
So that will be our next main objective. Yeah, in the meantime, Anatoly, if you've got anything you want to say, now is a pretty good time.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a $50 donation from Wells with the comment, when I see one of the top 5 RPGs ever released on the N64, I have to donate. Shoutouts to haktical for taking such an amazing game to the next level and showcasing it at this event. Thank you,
こ
Wells,
んな
for
と
that.
ころまで行かなきゃい
Thank
け
you,
ないん
Wells.
だ。毒直すの。
We also have a $25
ゴブリ
donation
ンに
from
毒盛られた
Geisler
ら
with the comment, I have to donate for the best N64 RPG.
Awesome. Yeah, more donations saying where this RPG should rank in the list of N64 RPGs, because we need to know. We need to settle this.
I believe most, if
で
not
さ
all
ら
of
に
the
お
other
使いを頼まれる。
RPGs were submitted to Limit Break, and this is the one you're watching now. So what's that saying?
It's true. There is another one on the backup list. Ogre Battle 64 is there.
It must be the top 2 right there.
Another game that has not yet been in Limit Break. Just like Aidyn Chronicles has not yet been in Limit Break. This is its first time being shown here, so I'm very excited to do that. I have run it on the Limit Break channel for Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2 during the pandemic, but this is the first time on the main stage. Yeah, we're gonna sneak by this wolf here. I want to try to get the camera pointed where I can see the wolf out of the left side, because this wolf paths back and forth, but he'll sometimes stop. So I want to pay attention to this wolf. See, he's kind of stopping right now, and now he's turning around.
本当に毒にかかってるんだろうか。
So I can just
わからない。
far enough away that I can just start to run.
If you're standing still, does that affect your sneaking?
If you're holding the sneak button, I don't
た
think so.
多分話の流れ的にはゴブリンに主人公がやられて毒を受けてで毒を治せる部族のところに行ったら山にいるゴブリンを退治してくれって言われたからそしたら毒を治してあげるよっていうので今ゴブリンを倒しに行ってるところなんじゃないかなという。何この敵。
Normally he's standing guard above this bridge and I have to squeeze by him, and there's a lot less sneaking involved when he's running past me.
毒やられてる人を
We'll do a save here.
さらにお使いさせる。
It's been a while since I saved. There's a wolf that I'm going to be sneaking past here. And
ゴブリンに負けて毒受けたやつにゴブリン退治させる。
I've tried a lot of different setups for partway sneaking, partway running, and really nothing's ever been entirely reliable. I actually just remembered one thing I want to do also before the boss. I wanted to alchemize a couple more curing potions, a couple extra healing potions, just for a little bit of safety. It's something I usually skip, but while we still have Godric with us, we should take advantage of that and just make like 2 or 3 more. Don't really need many, but so that goblin's going to kind of ignore us. This part's a little annoying because we're going to be going uphill and the camera doesn't really look upwards very much. So this is the goblin area, and in particular there are some hobgoblins around, and they're kind of scary, and that's what the first boss is going to include, which we're almost up to the first boss. But I don't want to fight any more than I have to. In fact, I would not fight these even if they see me. Yes, he does. So we're just gonna.
これはエンカウント
We're just gonna save and load real quick, and that's gonna reset his aggro.
してしまうから一回ロードし直して敵を消したか。
So yeah, his position's a little bit random. Sometimes he's like way farther back.
あ、
like right
してるね。
and you can just kind of
出ましたね、今。前にいた敵が。
Oops. Let me walk back out.
セーブロードで敵を消せるのか。
let's make those potions real quick first. Curing potion. 1, 2, and
なんかポーション作りましたね。
for this boss. And I'm going to be using a technique here.
ボス戦か。
This only works with the expansion pack. So I'm going to be using some potions before combat starts. These strength potions are going to let me equip weapons that I don't normally meet the stats to equip. And
これもしかしてドーピングアイテム
we want Brenna to be topped up on health, and Abracon also to be topped up on health. Yeah, okay. So now we have weapons that we shouldn't be able to equip, and we're going to be able to
錬
use
金
those
術でドー
to
ピングアイテム作ってたのか
hopefully clear out this fight pretty quickly. So there are, this is the first real combat of the run, and this is really the most normal combat of the run. We'll be using a lot of cheesy techniques as the run goes on to clear encounters quickly. But
木の人とか
there
使
are
って
5 hobgoblins plus a named hobgoblin called Kitterak.
あ、そっか、主人公は死んだらゲームオーバーだから
We'll see if Godric gets to.
あくまで主人公は後方支援なのかな
Godric rarely gets to do something useful in this fight, but there was a chance there. Yeah, so these hobgoblins normally cast shielding, which buffs up their defense. I'm trying to kill them before they do that, or spirit shield, I should say. And Kitterak's going to be the main target, but I couldn't quite reach him on the first turn, and I was able to reach that first hobgoblin, which is why I focused him down first. And so again, I'm going to be attacking everybody from behind. We're going to be hoping Abracon doesn't really miss much. Reminder that his Chaos Sword does have a pretty low accuracy, so even though I'm attacking from behind, Abracon can miss pretty convincingly. And we're going to play this safe. We're going to heal with Brenna. I don't want to risk her getting hit again. She does not have enough HP to survive it. I do want to force Godric to be killed in this fight. And I need to make sure that Auron here, our main character, is positioned in a way that he's not going to get attacked. So if Auron dies in combat, it's an instant game over. Also, deaths in this game are permanent. There is no revival mechanism. It's thought that there was meant to be a revival mechanism, potentially using an item called the Sapphire Gem, which we'll actually get some as a reward from this fight. But it was never implemented into the game, so any deaths are final. There are a lot of additional party members that can join you, so you know, we'll be picking more up as we go along. So if you lose a couple characters, it's not like you're unable to continue the game or anything like that. But if you get attached to a specific character, you want to make sure they stay alive.
Revival mechanic sounds like something that you would implement into the game well before doing any kind of like game balance testing.
Yeah, you'd probably think so. Hey, Brenna got hit. It's not a big deal. Godric's gonna stand in front of this guy. I need to be a little bit careful here because enemies will start to flee, and I need to make sure Godric dies before they flee because XP is sort of divided by living characters, and I want the
だいぶ硬いっす
want the XP to
ね
be spread out. Okay, there we go.
あ錬金術師の人が死ん
So
だ
usually one or
これ
two
は
weapons.
あれかな間引いたのかなもう用済みだから
Not guaranteed. And I'm just trying to keep Auron running somewhere that is at
じゃ
least a
ない
little bit
と
safe.
前に出さないですもんね
So the dexterity potions that I used, the strength potions I used were for both equipping the weapon and also there are certain strength thresholds that increase your damage dealt on your swings. And then we're going to leave Brenna actually. She'll be fine. The dex potions increase both your turn initiative, so they make you act earlier in a turn. They also increase the number of actions per round that you get. So, or actions per round. So you can get anywhere from 1 to 3 actions per combat round. And so buffing up defense buffing up dex means we go sooner, we get more actions, and it's like probably the most important stat overall in the game, I would say. We'll heal with Abracon. This fight's going a little bit slowly. I'm taking a bit of damage. I'm not really doing super high damage, so I'm trying to be a little bit careful. I'm glad I made those extra curing potions. Let's make sure we're fully behind this guy. The hitbox for being behind them is sometimes not super reliable. But I'm actually like getting a little bit concerned about enemy positioning here. We're getting way too close for comfort to Auron. Just 2 left. Okay, one of them's fleeing. That's good. They're both fleeing. Good. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually just going to
主人公をなんかおとりにしてる気がするな、これ。
flee. You still get the XP if they flee, so that doesn't affect anything. That's the first boss down. That's one of the parts I was I don't want to necessarily say worried about, but that could have gone wrong.
敵が1匹逃げた。
And now it's very important here. Very, very, very important. Cannot stress this
What?
enough. That I go into my inventory and I unequip the 2 swords that I'm not supposed to have equipped. I'm also going to equip Warfang, which is a weapon that
あ
I got.
死んだ錬金術師の人はそのままロストしましたね。
If I save and reload with weapons equipped that I'm not supposed to be able to equip, the game will instantly crash unloading the save file, and the save file becomes brick.
多分これでお使いはおしまい
So
と
it's very, very
いう
important
感
that
じで。
before you save the game, you unequip those weapons.
うん。
But yeah,
よく
first
考
boss
えたら
fight
錬
was
金
like,
術ができるなら
like I
毒
said,
を
a
直
little
す
bit-
ポーション錬
a
金
little bit
術
of
で
slow
作れ
fight,
ばいいの
but,
では
you know, any fight you
Saっ
walk
き
away from is a good one.
うん
I've
思い
definitely
ま
had
した。
fights that get that far into it, and then
復
I get
活
sloppy
はないみたい
positioning for
です
Auron
ね。
or something like that, and then he gets bopped, and then
うん、
Yeah,
死んだらそのままキャラロスと。
you're redoing the fight. So now it's going to be
な
a
の
bit
で
of a
主
walk
人
back
公
to
が死んだら
Auron.
ゲームオーバーです
But I'm
ね
going to do one thing here real quick, which is I'm going to save and reload. So I mentioned earlier that on the overworld sometimes enemy positions change, and there's going to be one in particular that changes from this. So I'm going to save, I'm going to load, and what this is going to do is it's going to despawn that goblin that
ちょ
I
っと
had
位
chase
置
me
が
down
悪い
that
から
hill
ロー
earlier.
ドし直したか
And
な
it's going to instead create an ogre at the bottom of the hill who doesn't aggro you, and I can just run past him. So kind of saves a bit of sneaking and saves a bit of time. But in the meantime, until I get back to Aramon, I can pass it back to Anatolu.
Yeah, that's great. We do have more opinions. First, we've got a $5 donation from Creative Ellie.
Ellie, thank you.
Ellie says, can't contribute to the number of pixels in the cutscenes, but can contribute to this awesome cause.
う
Good
ん、
luck.
珍しいですよね。こういう RPG、普通の
We've
なん
got
か
a
コマンド式の RPG で、
$1.69 donation from Lil Swaggy.
今の避けられるんだ。
Comment, go fast.
こういう RPG でキャラロストがあるっていうのは。
Thank you, thank you. That's I raided an MMO, and I told my guildies that I was going to be missing raids this week because I was attending the event. So looks like a few of them are tuning in. Appreciate it.
I also see a $25 donation from Zytoriak.
確かにファイアーエンブレムとかはありますけど。
Okay.
うん。
I can't believe after a fantastic game like Destiny of a Grey Duck, we get to see the best Dragon Quest game released for the N64. Thou hast kicked the Kirk.
Oh no.
Thanks for that, Zytoriak.
That cursed me into getting that goblin encounter, which I
戦
never
闘に
get
入
into
っ
that encounter.
たけど、今逃げましたね。
I have gotten it before. It's not a marathon meme yet, but it is exceedingly rare. So thank you, Zytoriak,
ああ、
for
さ
that
っき
goblin
と
encounter.
戻ってきてしまった。戦闘入ったらダメなのか。
This time I will, when I get back up there, I will do a quick safety save so I can, in case it happens again, not have to walk back this distance again. But you can see here, like this, if I had just done a save, yeah, I mean, it takes, 5 seconds to save, but I just spent 20, 30 seconds walking back to the spot I'd left off. Actually, I'm going to do a save and reload because I kind of pushed that movement a little bit. So we'll just
セーフティーセ
make
ーフ
sure that
かな。
goblin's not
違
already
うな。
anchored on me.
ロードしたってことは、
The other thing I could check, so
配
I should
置
talk a
を、
little bit about the
敵の
stamina
配置を
mechanics.
直した感じです
So
ね
it's。going to be kind of relevant. I'll actually check it
おそ
right
らくは。
now. What is Brenna's hit points at? Okay, she's at 32 out of 33. That's good. So your hit points are made up of a combination of your stamina stat, your endurance stat, and your level. And it goes kind of in that order, top down. So you notice I don't have like mana gauges or anything like that, but I will have access to spells in this run fairly soon. And the way spells work, the way using skills work, like picking locks or things like that, is it actually takes from your stamina. So casting a spell hurts you, or picking a lock hurts you, because it takes away stamina. And if you don't have enough stamina to do an action, then the action fails. And if you are below your amount of stamina in combat, your like combat success rates also go down. So it's really important to kind of stay high HP because it interacts with your stamina stat. So I wanted to check there to make sure Brenna's stamina was still high, because it uses when you sneak, it uses your highest character's sneak skill, which is Brenna. So I wanted to make sure that her stamina was in range of, you know, getting successful sneaks. And I wasn't taking a penalty. Additionally, I'm going to be picking a lock very soon, and so I need to make sure she has the
戻って
stamina.
これましたね。
But first things first, we're gonna report our findings to King Tixoman here, and he's gonna be like, well, actually, we don't know where our healer is, and we can't help you. Sorry, but thanks for the help with the
で、
goblins.
そしたら、紹介してくれるって言ってた魔術師が、実はこの人、場所知らなくって、骨お地蔵だったという。
So we'll be talking to them real quick, and the saga is not over yet here in Aramon, but first things first, I'm going to make a hard left here and go to some shops. I'm going to be picking up a debilitation
ゴブリン倒したら、毒を治す魔術師紹介してあげるよって言われて、ゴブリン倒してきましたよって戻ってきたら、実はその、紹介する魔術師知らないんだって言われたってことだよね。うん。ひどくない？
I'm also going to go to this other shop and stock up on some potions, which I will be using on various fights to speed them up. None of these are super mandatory, but they are here for speed. I'm also going to sell these sapphire gems, shield, the plate mail, like all the junk that I don't need from that, the chaos sword, all the junk that I don't need anymore from the first boss. 6 strength potions, 10 dex potions. Money routing is definitely a thing. I would probably consider buying fewer dex potions. They're pretty expensive in a PB attempt. The shopping in general is all kind of different in a PB attempt, but it's been long enough since I've done an actual PB attempt. I've been doing marathon prep that I don't remember the exact numbers I used to use. We're going to come over here. We're going to buy a dragon leather. It's pretty good equipment, and it gives a pretty high bonus to stealth. This is something I would definitely skip in other runs, and I'm going to actually just immediately equip it before I forget on Brenna. The cloth armor that she was wearing was a starter item. She actually doesn't start with it equipped, but it's a starter item, and it gives me a stealth bonus. I'm going to buy a couple more things over here. So this is the most important shop. We get a light wand, and then we get some scrolls of the stupidity spell. I'm going to sell these restore potions that I stocked up on earlier, and I'm going to buy 4 scrolls. I need 2.
これは今何してるのかな？
Usually like 3 or 4 are better. And then I'm also just going to get a couple small pieces of safety gear that's not super mandatory. But now we're going to go to the biggest RNG segment of the run, which is the Witch Ring chest. So there is a chest in this town which can have a variety of contents. It could have money, it could explode, it could have sapphire gems, it could have spell reagents, it could have a wizard hat, or it could have a witch ring. And I specifically need the witch ring, which will increase my wizard skill by 2 when equipped. It's
その直してくれる魔術師知らないから、直してもらう、手が、魔法学校に行けば、
rarest
な
of
知っ
those
てるん
options
じゃ
to
ね
battle
って
mode?
ことで多分
I
魔
think
法
it's
学校に行く
equivalent.
って
Well, I
感
thought it
じ
was
か
supposed to be
な。
equivalent to the wizard hat, but I definitely see the wizard hat more. They're also rolled independently, so you can get both the wizard hat and the witch ring at the same time, which actually would save like a minute or a minute and a half later in the run when I pick up a wizard hat elsewhere. But I've had that happen in PBs a couple times, but not for quite a while. And of course, Kirk Buzzer is
なん
gonna
かこれ
have
は
great
宝箱
cards
からアイテ
for
ム
this,
厳
right?
選していますね、おそらく。何を厳選してるのかな。宝箱ガチャとかあったんだ。
Like, I feel like the sound effects, the ambient effects all sound pretty good in this game, but then the music, when there is music,
てか
is kind of
宝箱から手
programming
に
to
入るアイテム
two
ランダム
options
なんだ。
Casio keep one button at a time.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's some tunes, like I think the Guarnia tune where you've got like the
お目当ては何でしょ
drums behind it sound a little more orchestrated, but you're definitely right that it's a little bit on the simpler side of things. I hope you like paper sound ASMR because that's kind of what we got going on here. There's a wizard hat, which unfortunately is the wrong item. I do have.
しかも
if
罠
this
まであ
takes
る。
too long, and I don't really know what my threshold for this is going to be. I didn't really pick a time, but if this takes
で
too long, I
宝
do
石
have a
と
backup
か
save that is staring at this
スパイス
chest.
とかあとは帽
And
子で
there's
も
the
ない。
witch ring.
何が出てくるんだろ
You can
Is it-
rename the character at any time from the options menu. So
う。何を厳選してるのか。
obviously, maybe I should change the name off of Kirk Buzzer just for the witch ring and then change it back. Might have some better luck.
You wouldn't dare.
No, you're right. People donated for that. They can.
Plural. Two of them.
Two of them, yeah. They get to enjoy it. But yeah, now's a good time, Manitola, if you got anything to talk about.
うん、スパイ
Sure,
ス。
let's bring in some good vibes here. We've got a
な
$50
なんか
donation
レ
from
ア
Labs
な
with the
もの
comment,
があるん
"Have
で
a
しょう
great
ね。
run," and then I'm just gonna try this with the right
あ、
vibes.
これっぽい。
Tranquility.
リリング。
Awesome. Thanks, Labs.
なんか指輪かなんかがお目当て
And
のア
we
イ
got
テ
the
ムだっ
witch
た
ring.
んで
That was
す
like
な、多
perfect
分。
timing. Labs donated, and there's a witch ring.
Vibes work.
But
Easy.
but you can keep the donations coming if you got any more.
水リング。
I've got one that's definitely related.
Okay.
This is
なん
$25
でしょう
for
ね。
cheese.
この指輪。
Haktical is truly a tranquil one. From your friend Cheese.
Thank you very much, Cheese.
So are there other treasure chests like that in this game that are random contents, or is it special?
Nope, that's the only one. There are other chests that have, I think, like
うん、
some of the
魔
optional
法
items
の
like sapphire
威
gems
力が上がる系っ
or
ぽいよ
stone
うな。
agents that are not fixed. But I'm not aware of any other chests in the game that have.
Like good items, or they can explode.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
多分基本はこのな、
Nothing that's like permanently
剣
invisible
士
like
と魔
those.
法使いの仲間をも、
yeah, so we
な
talked
ん
to
か
this
火
team
力持
Rory
って
and that
戦わせ
house,
る
and
ん
they're
だ
like,
と
oh,
思い
yeah,
ま
the
すけど
sage is
ね。
actually just like around. You can just go there at night and meet her in the tunnels. So this is the sage that's supposed to heal us. And the sage here makes a few interesting comments. She refers to us as a powerful wizard. And we're like, I don't know any magic. Like, she's like, no, surely you're a strong spellcaster. And we're like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I've been poisoned by goblins. Can you help me? And she's like, no, I don't have the ability to do so. But she repeats what the king told us, which is to go to the wizard school in Talawalk, and that maybe the great wizard Archer will be able to
なん
help.
か枝を出してきた。
So she
こ
gives
の
us this
枝の
magic
名前
stick
が
here,、which will serve two purposes. It will
嵐を鎮める祝福された木の枝、ストームブレイカーらしいです。めちゃくちゃかっこいい名前の枝ですね。
And additionally, if we ever need to cross the sea or anything like that, and we need some protection,
ストームブレイカーだって。
the stick on our helm for some added protection. So we got the magic stick. We're going to be heading off to Talawalk soon, but first we're going to come back here. So there are these teleporters. There's the dialogue that I kind of skipped by earlier that I walked around actually tells you about the teleporters in Oisin Forest. There's one and how they're kind of dangerous. But you can activate them. They're fixed point-to-point teleporters. So there's a matching teleporter to this one in the
で、
basement
これ
of
で、
Gornia
魔
Castle.
法
Actually,
学
if you
校に
remember where I got Trehern's sword, it was
向
just
かう
like,
みたいです。
like one room past that. There's like a basement with a teleporter. So it teleports you between Gornia and here. And I will be using that later. but I just need to activate the Aramon side now, which is what I just did. So just need to get out of town here. We did all of our shopping. I do need to do some equipment.
嵐を収めないと通学できない学校。
Equip that safety gear that I bought. I've had a couple practice runs where I've bought the safety gear and then just never equipped it. So we're just gonna do that real quick. Brenner doesn't really need anything, but Auron is going to get the Witch Ring.
さっき拾ったウィッチリングですね。ウィッチリングを、あれ、バコタに装備させた。
Unequip those. Yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah, just a little bit of extra defense power for our main character that again, we can't afford to lose. We'll be using the other equipment on a character that we don't have yet. So
魔法使いの人に装備させるんじゃないんですね。
equipment will be used. The Jundar gauntlets that I have there are hand armor that actually increases your attack damage. So my other character is going to be a thief, and she's going to be our main damage dealer for the run. I'm going to take the inn here twice, and this is both to recover HP and also to reset time of day. One inn would bring you to nighttime, and I want it to be daytime for this walk, both for visibility and for, I think there's an enemy along this walk that might be there at night that's not there during the day. So the first part of this is going to be walking back the way we came. There's a couple splits in the forest where the path split off, and so I'm going to be walking partway back and then taking the other route towards Talwalk. Yeah, so I guess one thing I can talk about here while I'm starting this run is the stats in the game. I talked about HP already earlier, but there are a few key stats. You have intelligence, willpower, strength, dexterity, stamina, and endurance. Intelligence is sort of your spellcasting ability. It affects your chance to cast a spell successfully, and it also affects your chance to not have that spell be resisted. Resists are basically an opposed check. Willpower is your spell resistance. So it's the caster's intelligence versus the receiver's willpower to determine whether the spell hits. Strength, again, I mentioned, is used for equipping items, and also there are specific thresholds of strength that will increase your damage. The main one is, I think it's 24 is the main relevant one for the run. It might be 25. I'll go to 25 strength just because I never remember if the cutoff is 24 or over 24. And then dexterity is something you just want as much as possible of. There are certain thresholds for dexterity that will increase your actions per round. And then beyond that, every point of dexterity will increase your movement radius in combat, and it will generally be used for your initiative rolls when you enter combat. And there's a few fights in particular where I'll be using dexterity potions to try to gain initiative and get some actions in before the enemy acts to save some time. So I'm going to come back here. This is where our bandit was earlier, and he's still there. So I'm not sure if he's aggroed because he's through the trees. So we're just going to save and reset to make sure we don't run into him.
ロードして、
Sneaky, sneaky.
なんかいるんですね。
While we're sneaking, I've got a couple more to
あい
read
つか。
here.
あれを避けたかっ
We
た
do。have a $25 donation from an anonymous donor, so thank you so much for that. We also have a $25 donation from, I believe this is the legendary Dragon Warrior 4 speedrunner, Some Diener, saying, all of my Dragon Quest friends running and providing commentary for games tonight, and there is a severe lack of slimes. Oh well, maybe later. My opinion, I feel confident that this is in the top 2 of N64 RPGs. Good luck, Hack.
Thank you, Diener. I probably agree. I like if I had to rate N64 RPGs, I love this game. I might put Paper Mario above it. I might put this in second, but I definitely have a lot more nostalgia for this game. I definitely have a lot more personal attachment to this game, and yeah, it's awesome.
I noticed that the more people are seeing of Aidyn Chronicles, the higher it's going up in the ranking.
Yeah, for sure.
Not a coincidence.
It's I love this game. I love the mechanics of this game. It is not one that I strongly recommend playing casually unless you're willing to accept a little bit of pain. I'm just gonna say that. All right, so I gotta actually count for a second here. I need to think. I'm going to save, and then I'm going to run.
セー
So I
ブ
was
し
trying
た
to。count the steps that that enemy was taking. You try to time running past it like that. So, yeah, it's kind of hard because you can't see it. So I just kind of count his steps and judge how far he's going. There's actually another spot here where I'm going to just save and reload. There's a cave bear to my left that you can't see. Usually if I just keep running, he won't attack me, but it's a really inconsistent thing. There are a few spots in this run where I've run into enemies that I do the same thing every time, and then it works for like a week, and then it stops working for a week, and then it works again. So that cave bear is one of them. So I just save and reload and get him to go away. This bear I will actually
戦
fight. This is
闘
a
に入り
regular
ました
bear.
ね。クマ。
So we'll get to see
クマがい
the
る。
power of Warfang here. This is the weapon that we got from Kidarak. It's very strong. It does good damage. It's got a high hit rate, and in addition, it has a tap stamina effect. It's really kind of hard to notice, but when an enemy is at high hit points, if you see me swing with Warfang, you'll often see their hit point bar move a tiny bit before the swing happens. And then you'll see the damage happen, and their HP bar will go down again, and that's the tap stamina effect, and it also heals me for a tiny bit too. So, pretty strong weapon, and it will be used throughout the entire run. I'm not going to use a better weapon throughout the run. Well,
なんか
unless
毛皮
magic
かなん
has
かが必要なんですか
weapons,
ね。
yes, I will. But that is, I won't use a better weapon until the cheat code showcase, if that gets met.
That's true. That's right. Excellent plug. We are $531 out of $750 toward that incentive. So we've got a little bit more time to meet it. So please put your donations in, put them toward the
あえ
cheat
て戦
code
闘に入っ
showcase
た。
if you like what you're seeing and you want to see even more.
Yeah, so, okay, so this is going to be the first use of these stupidity scrolls that I purchased, and I'm going to use them to cast the stupidity
これ
spell
は魔法
on these
で
ogres. And so what the stupidity spell does is it decreases the enemy's intelligence by 2
毒に
points
し
per
てる。
spell rank. Now when you cast a scroll as an item, it is cast effectively as a level 5 spell and a level 5 wizard rank. So it will reduce intelligence of an enemy by 10. And these ogres happen to have, I think it's 8, and I think the ogre boss has 10, or maybe the ogres are 6 and the boss has 8. And then I'm just going to, yeah, the fight's won. It's over with. So we'll be seeing more of that. But I mentioned that the mechanics of this game were taken from an old tabletop RPG. And anyone who's played
敵
something
が
like D&D
全部逃げ
knows
たの
that
かな。
if your major stat,
宝箱。
strength or something like that is reduced to 0, then you become kind of incapacitated and you can't continue to fight. And the same general concept applies here, where if your major stats, strength, dex, or intelligence, I'm not sure about willpower, get reduced to 0, then the game considers you paralyzed and you can't take an action in combat anymore. And if every enemy on the field is paralyzed, then you automatically win the fight. You have to wait until like the turn wraps around, which is why you sometimes have to skip a few turns. But there are a lot of enemies that will be able to take advantage of certain statistics to kind of paralyze them and win fights that way. Now, there are other techniques for paralyzing enemies that we will see later on. We will have to still fight some enemies. So I aggro this wolf, so I need to just reset it real quick. The other thing that happens is during the Kidarak fight, one of the mechanics that happened was enemy reinforcements. So only 4 enemies can be on screen at a time, but there can be up to, I think, 8 max reinforcements available in the background. And until an enemy on screen dies, the reinforcements won't join the fight. And so if you paralyze the on-screen enemies, the reinforcements are not. So you still need to kill the on-screen enemies to get the reinforcements to show up and then take care of them, which will also be a thing that will happen throughout the run. So we're gonna start seeing a little bit of a mix of mechanics, but this is where magic gets to be pretty powerful. And this is where I get to talk about Retta a little bit. So I mentioned her at the intro cutscene as being one of the mages that's sort of a favorite of people playing the game because everyone wants to start with the mage character. Retta knows naming magic. So there are different schools of magic. There's elemental, which is what Godric had, which is your basic like fireball type magic. There's naming magic, which is more status buff debuff type mechanics. There's star magic, which only one character that we won't get knows star magic. Really, honestly, I don't remember what most of the star spells even do.
怯えてに逃げるみたいな感じの魔法なんです
None
か
of the
ね。
characters are necromancers, but one of the characters, Auron, can learn
おつい
necromancy
に家
magic.
が見えてきた。
And yeah, so Retta learns naming magic, which is all buffs and debuffs, which the stupidity spell counts as naming magic. So getting her could potentially be
目
useful
的ではない
for。casting that spell. Unfortunately, just like by the time you can afford it, you can get scrolls, and like Auron can learn it himself, and it's just not really worth it for her to be doing that role. And she doesn't know any like offensive magic, so she doesn't know any fireballs or anything like that. So I've tried a few times to consider routing her into the run to see if I could save some experience routing by not getting the spells on Auron instead, or saving some time by having an extra caster. And it just never works out because you'd have to dump another useful character in order to get her, and I've never been able to make that route work, but I think about it sometimes. But yeah, we're running across this farmland here, just going through the farmer's crops. Don't mind me. There are a couple enemies. You saw me doing some specific movement to, like, rather than taking a straight line, I was kind of going like around the path and far side of the forest and all that. There are some chaos enemies. This will be kind of the first place where the chaos scouts will show up.
お、ついたかな
Maybe some bandits or something. I don't know. There are a few enemies that are on this path that I was avoiding. So get a little bit of jingle here. This is Talawalk, where the wizard school is. So if you go to right to the wizard school, there's sort of there's a guard outside that asks you questions, and you can't get in. But if we talk to this guy and choose that specific dialogue option, sort of a required plot trigger in order to advance the dialogue at the wizard school. So now we can just go to the wizard school. Sort of an arbitrary thing where you just got to ask around in town looking for information. And he doesn't even tell you like what you're supposed to say there. It's just like, you mock me. All right, yeah, whatever. There's the wizard school in front of us.
So, quick question about reinforcements in the Kitterak fight. There were like 4 large portraits on the left and then some smaller ones. Were the smaller ones the reinforcements?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And when they join in, they turn into the big ones, and then the big ones go into the smaller section. And the skull icon means they've been killed. If they have like a yellow border around them, it means they fleed. They can flee even when they're in reinforcement stage, so that might happen a couple times during the run where enemies that aren't even in the battle might run away.
They just instantly gone?
Yeah, we just hoped they just never show up. So
Okay.
we actually really hope to see that in a couple fights. So yeah, this guard here is asking for our true name.
で、
And we give
今
him
も
nonsense because it turns out we don't
魔
know
法
our
学
true
校
name.
に入るのに、
And your true name is, in classic fantasy
なんだろう
style,
な、
sort
なん
of
か
directly
尋ねられ
associated
たんです
to
けど、主人
your
公
spell
答えることはで
casting,
きない。
your aspect, and your spellcasting school and things like that. But we don't know our true name. And since we
次の
answer
司会
honestly
の
and
方
say
が
we're willing to
来
see
ま
no
したが、
answers,
もうちょっ
then
と
let
だ
us
け
into
お
the
付き合
school
い
anyway.
お願いします。
That's probably
え
fine.
え
But you're supposed to need to say that in order to gain entry. So we're going to show the stick to the guard outside Ardra's room, and then we're going to see some of the awesome choreography in this game. So we're going to
ちょっと
walk
声
into
の
this
確
door.
認させてくださ
We're
い。
going to see Ardra.
聞こえてますでし
We
ょう
see the door
か
with no
どうでしょう
Auron.
か
And we see him walking in
おば
from
さん
the
大
left
丈夫そうで
side,
すかね
which is like
じゃあ大丈夫ですね。
near
聞
her
こえてま
bedroom.
す。
Like they make these rooms and then they decide they want to put some camera panning in it, and if they'd put Auron near the door, which we're standing next to still, they just wouldn't be able to fit everything.
ありがとうござい
in
ます。
the
皆
camera
様
scene,
こ
so
ん
they
に
have to
ち
sort
は。
of
レイヤーと申しま
to
す。
improvise that, and that's
ち
not
ょっ
the
と
only
早めに
scene
準
where
備ができたので、
cameras are placed, or
当初
characters
の
are
シ
placed
フト
in
の
the
予
scene
定の
that
感
don't
じま
match
で
where they're actually
大場さんと一
standing
緒に見ながら
cutscenes.
状況を把握できればと思いました。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いしま
They,
す。
they could have, but they didn't.
開始1時間ってとこですよね。
そうですね。
All right, so Ardra says that in order for
今
her to help
一
us,
つ
we need to
どうい
get
った
some
ゲームかっていうの
camera
も
for us behind the wizard's
調べても情報が
So
限られてたんですけど。
You need to go behind the wizard school here. There is this wolf. I'm gonna try something. I'm not convinced that this really matters, but I'm gonna use a sleep potion.
僕もウィキペディアを翻訳して見てるだけなんです
そうですよね。この発売地域が北米とヨーロッパって書いてある時点で、ああ、これは日本語の情報一切ないやつだなって思ったので、見ながらわかるしかないなと思ったんですけど。
あ、寝た。これは罪か。ねえ、アタッカーが寝たら罪っぽいですね。
ほほん。
あ、夜だと寝るみたいな感じなのかな。
何か状態異常として相手の行動に含まれてるっていう話ではない。
おそらく、うん。ただなんか時間帯によってなんかステータスに影響が出たりするみたいなのが、うん、書いてあったんで、おそらく夜にエンカウントするとまずいっぽい。
厳しい。
今これエンカウント余計ですね。多分これ当たったら、まず勝てないんじゃないですか。
なるほど、なるほど。RPG、RTA あるある。
うん。
There's a lot of fights like that we'll be skipping in the run. The game balance of this, I don't want to say the balance is bad, but like there's definitely difficulty spikes at various points and various enemies that are harder than others, based on their strength, their magic resistance, whatever else. So those wolves are pretty tough, and we'll be fighting a couple of them later on in the run, and even then they actually will physically hurt pretty hard, even 2 hours from now, or I guess like an hour and a half from now.
なんか、魔法学校に入るためには、神名持たなきゃいけないんですけど、なんか、主人公一行は、誰も神名を持っていないので、神名を、知りに、今、
So they tend to be a favorite. They give really good XP. They give some loot.
船で、マナがないと、治療できないからって、今度は島に行ってくださいって今言われうん。またお使いさせられてるんですね、毒受けてるのに。主人公、今、一番最初にゴブリンの攻撃で、毒になって、治療してもらうために今旅してるんですけど、今、ひたすら、使いっ走りさせられてますね。要約すると、今、そう、そんな感じです。
ああ、なるほどな。どうしても RPG はマラソン区間ができてしまいがちではありますが、あれですね、64の 3D でマラソンするのはすごいスピードがかかるんだろうなっていうのは見てわかりますね。
Like spices and stuff like that, herbs that you can pick up that are interactable, but they're few and far between. Okay, I need a safety save here because this, in order to talk to this Dryad again, I need to pass a troubadour check, and I only have a 1 troubadour skill, so it's a 1 in 10, and she's going to tell us to,
この妖精はなんだ?
And if you turbo through this too fast, the game can actually crash. My PB does that and doesn't have a save except for like a minute before, so I actually lose like a minute in my PB to crashing here. So instead of holding turbo, I was kind of just pulsing turbo to not go too quickly, but I made the save just in case. At this point, it's fine.
で、この主人公の名前は、キラーバザー じゃない、キークバザーか。キークバザーって言うんですけど、これは、ドラクエ4の盗賊バコダです。
And that they're probably pretty powerful, and then she's just gonna kind of fly away. So
これはあれですか、インセンティブで決まったやつですか。
そうですね。
and then Ardra will attempt to heal us of our
お
illness.
調べてみたら盗賊バコダが出てきたんですよね。
Also, when I leave the wizard school, there's going to be a short dialogue, which I need to make sure to not turbo through also, because if you turbo through that dialogue, for some reason, I've had cases where the animations get soft locked, and then I have to reset the game and load the save. So I'll make sure to do a manual mash through that scene that's coming up. So as a reminder, we made the cutscene incentive. We've only seen one cutscene so far at the beginning of the run. There are two more significant cutscenes that we will see later on in the run, and those are ones that are really
バコタね。なるほど、なるほど。
those are still a little ways out. So I'll sometimes refer to these things as cutscenes, but these are kind of just like required dialogues that you have to watch. The cutscenes are like the FMV type things that you can just press start to skip through, and that's what the incentive is for. So, back to our friend, the wolf. A little slow, wait for him to go by.
I like his animation, he's just kind of trotting around.
Yeah.
これ毒は、フ
はい。
ィールドだと倒れないとかって感じなんですかね。
いや、
So now we get to go into the school.
特に
回復してるんですか。
毒を受けたっていう話にはなってるんですが、別にこの旅自体に何の影響も出てないですね、今のところ。
マジか。
そう。毒を受けて、多分死にそうなんですけど、それはそういうなんか設定というわけで、別にこのゲームのなんかに影響してるというわけでは多分ないですね。
So now she's going to try to heal us, and she's going to bring us into. We're going to try to cast a spell, and we're going to end up in one of those fever dream kind of things like we ran into at the very beginning of the run with Oriana. And because the spell's not going to work, and it's going to have some unintended effects. Nothing like this significantly affects the game or anything like that, but.
多分今これ。
So.
あれですね、今毒を治してもらうために、魔術師の人がようやく毒を治してくれる人に出会って治してもらってるんですけども、なんかどうもうまくいかないからなんでだろうと思ったら、お前マナーを持っていないんだな。マナーを持ってないと毒を治すことできないぞって今言われてるところですね、多分。
なるほど、なるほど。
おそらく。
Which is their term for somebody who doesn't have a true name. So what the lack of true name means is that our spirit is really attached to our physical form, which is giving us sort of a weakness.
毒を治す呪文をかけたら、おじいさんとか、なんかいろいろ出てきて、失敗したみたいな感じですね、これは。多分。
バグってるとかそういうことではないんですよね、多分これは。
So the game is called Aidyn Chronicles, the first mage. The world is Aidyn.
トゥルーネームだからこれがマナーですね。
そういうことですね。
I am just poisoned. それはそうだ。You are crazy. I am just poisoned. これなんか何言ってるか分かった今。英語わからないけど。
シンプル英語でしたね。
シンプル英語です。今俺毒にかかってんだぞって今言いましたよね。それは切れるわ。
いやー、面白そうだな。3時間飽きなそうだなっていうのが分かったんで、楽しみです。
じゃあ、私はお時間なので、
はい、お疲れ様でした。
失礼いたします。
はい。
Which is really just putting the wizard hat onto
さて皆さん引き続きね、お楽しみください。
Wizard skill. Now he's going to be casting spells, so I want to boost up his wizard skill as much as possible. So I explained earlier the
ど
stupidity
うしても
spell
ね、イ
decreasing
ベン
his
トの
stats by 2 per rank.
性
There's
質
also an
上、
additional restriction
かな
where in
り
order to
長い作
paralyze
品
an
ばかり
enemy
ですか
at
ら、
decrease
皆さんも
like
休
that,
憩など
your
は随
wizard
時
skill
取る
has
よう
to
に
be half
なさっ
of
て
the
ください
stat
ね。
that you're decreasing. So if you're trying to hit an enemy with 10 intelligence with the stupidity spell, you're going to need rank 5 of the spell, but you're also going to need rank 5 of the wizard.
日本時間は3時を回りまし
So
て、
I'll be
RPG
transferring
リ
those
ミット
items
ブレイ
around between
ク
normal、characters depending on who's
現地
casting
の
what
方は、
throughout the run.
あれで
But
す
that's
ね、
why
ちょ
the
うど
witchering was so important, that
日
plus
付が
2
変わる
wizard
時
skill.
刻、15
Because
時
otherwise I would need
間
to
差
get another like 40,000
ということで、
experience somewhere or more in order to be able to naturally get that wizard rank on 2 characters. And there's just not really an efficient way of doing that. So the witchering, the
日
wizard
本
hat,
時
later
間
on I will also
ね、
be
ちょうど
getting
日
wizard
付が
on
変わった2時ぐらいから
for
始まってますか
for
ら、
items, which
これで
is
だいたい
usually beneficial.
半日経って、
So we're gonna have a quick fight with the Cyclops here.
現地の方では
I'm gonna save before the fight, even though it shouldn't
2
really
日
be
目
an
に
issue.
入ったっていうことなんですかね。
This will be another
日
use
付
of
的
the stupidity spell. Abracon can use a
ま
scroll
だ
if
ま
he
だ
gets
これ
level
から
30,
です。
or Auron can cast it. But additionally, I want Brenna
スケジュールとか
to
見て
die.
も、やっぱ
So
りどれも
get ready
ね、すご
for
く長いタイトルば
get
っ
ready
かり
for
で
a
すよね。
scream.
RPG 好きの方にはた
She's
まら
not
ないイベント。
she's not really useful
RPG リミ
anymore.
ッ
We
ト
don't
ブレ
really
イ
need
ク
her sneaking.
2025。
I didn't manage to kill her that time, so there she goes.
おう、叫んでる。
And now we need to try to get these guys hit with stupidity spell.
あ、そうですよ。今、ボットくんが喋ってくれてますけど、イベント中も解説は募集しておりますので、もし今ね、ご視聴の方の中で、このアイディンクロニクルスター、ファーストメイジ、もし万が一ご存知の方がいらっしゃったらですね、ぜひ、解説の応募をお待ちしております。チャットの方で耳寄り情報あれば、ぜひね、共有いただけると、みんなで楽しめるんじゃないかなと思いますので、よろしくお願いいたします。魔法使いの人、キャラロストなんですか？なんだって？
There's only one person who might be able to name us. His name is Cradog. He lives on an island.
で
So
も
we need to go
進
find a
行し
boat
て
to
る。
get to that island. So we're heading to the port town. But in the meantime, we're going to be running for a few minutes, so I will kick it over
Reloadした？
to Anatolu.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. We have a $50 donation from Amazing Toaster with the comment, the N64 has 8 times the bits of the NES, but this music is not nearly half as good as Destiny of an Emperor's. How do you explain that?
Well, you see, every bit is like a multiple of 2, and at some point it
ロスト
overflows.
がある RPG っていうのも、もう今時だいぶ少なくなりましたよね。
We've also got a $10 donation from Boogie Poppy, donating in honor of all the times I traded cheat codes with friends back before we all could look them up online. Thanks for that, and that is a great prompt. We only need $203 more to meet the cheat code showcase incentive. I think if you can find 555 gold just by picking a lock on a tree, we can definitely find 203 to meet the cheat code showcase incentive, so keep them coming.
Awesome. And to give a little explanation of that cheat code showcase, there are a couple cheat codes that exist for things like getting some free
なるほど。
XP or free money or something. Those aren't the ones I'm going to be showing. If anybody's played any N64 games and knows some goofy cheat codes, expect goofiness rather than, something that would actually help you play the game.
確かにそういう意味では、間引きとしてロストさせるっていうのも RTA 的にはありなのかもしれない。RPG だと、経験値の割り振られ方っていうのも、ゲームによって結構まちまちですからね。パーティーの中で、倒れていても当分になるとか、倒れていると振られないとか。
As you can see by the power of magic so far,
あとはレベルの違いによって入りやすさ、入りにくさがあったりと。
waning in usefulness, so we don't need another physical character. But when we walk up to Arturo here, we're going to be
ゲームの設計によってもそこは違いますしね。
party member, which is Keelan.
あと間引くと何がいいってコマンドを入れなくて済むっていうのはあるんですよね。その分だけ操作量が減る分積み重なると実はそれがタイムに大きく影響してたりもします。
Tell him I want to cross anyway, and ask him if he wants to be challenged. Tell him to make his attack. I say I'd rather die than lose, and he's like, I don't want to kill you. Like, just go ahead. So
yeah, he's not good at his job.
He really isn't. I don't even know why he's really there. They never explain why he's like guarding this bridge, but yeah, there he is. So now we're almost to the town of Port Said, which is the next boat town. I'm gonna hug this wall a little bit, and I'm gonna try to skip an encounter. There's a wandering chaos enemy right in front of the door. There's also a bandit that's sort of right nearby, right near the gate. And I'll save here just in case this doesn't work. But this chaos enemy has a lot of enemies in it, and some of them are sorcerers, and they're really tough, and it's really slow to deal with. So we don't want to fight that. But rather than sneaking, I'm going to try to hug this left wall. I have accidentally clipped out of bounds here once and fallen through the world and crashed the game. But I don't expect that to happen. That's only happened once. I'm just going to try to stay as close as I can to this water. And then around here, cut in towards the center of the gate. And don't get into any of those encounters. So that worked perfectly. For some reason, they just won't follow you to that water's edge. We get a little doot-doot song here.
なるほど、なるほど。
And before going into town, we're actually going to come over here to the side. So the story of this town, it's an RPG ship town.
シンボルエンカウントな分、
The boats aren't
ぶ
running.
つかる前にセーブをかけられれば、
So, okay, let's go.
エンカウン
Let's go bring the
トは
lighthouse back. This is
しない
basically
で
the
済む
Dragon
ってい
Warrior
う、
4, you know.
そういう考え方なんですかね。
Yeah, or a lot of other RPGs. But if you ask around town, you find out that
64のゲームだとよく言われるのは処理落ちの話ですけど、今パッと見ている限りはあんまり処理落ちとかはね、もちろん RTA のテクニック的に回避してるのかもですが、感じないですね。
Very brief ominous cave music. You can see that there was a spirit that I just ran by. That's the same spirit we've been seeing repeatedly throughout the run, and it looks suspiciously like Alaron. So he kind of speaks to us in just reversed language, calls us brother, and tries to talk to us, and we don't understand it. You can understand. You can just read it backwards. But the characters in game don't understand it. And basically the gist is that, you know, we're not compatible. We're not ready. We can't be whole. So can't really do anything with that. But they do show up in a few different places throughout the run. That's like the most obvious one, though, besides the ones that are in scenes. So we're going to come down here to the inn. And our friend Keelan that we saw get past the guard there is going to be here. And she's going to bamboozle us with her feminine wiles. And we're going to be all tongue-tied and say, yeah, you can come with us. But Keelan is incredible. She's a thief with really high, with pretty high thief skill, good stealth skill. She comes with dragon armor. She starts with 30 dexterity, which is the skill cap for dexterity, or the stat cap for dexterity. She's very, very good.
会話のシーンとかで主人公の話す内容、選択肢がただのはいいいえじゃなく、時々によってやっぱり長いテキストが用意されてるのとか、結構作りは丁寧なゲームな感じしますよね。
Put on Trahern's sword, equip that rope that Brenna was using. And I'll do a quick save, so I need to get by that chaos guy again. I'll have to get by him a few times, but this time in reverse. So we're just going to save in case I happen to get an encounter. Otherwise, I'll have to run back from the inn. But it looks like we're probably good here. Yeah, all right. So we're going to head towards the lighthouse. We're going to actually take a few fights along the way. I've been avoiding most fights, but now that I have, some pretty good firepower in my magic spells and Keelan's offensive ability. We're going to fight some of these ogres for some experience points. I'm going to pre-use a dexterity potion on Auron. The goal here being to let him get some spell casts off on them before they get to act. Save a little bit of time. I don't need to fight any on this one, so
戦闘ですか？
close.
白馬さん
Let's see what we hit.
バコタがよ。Stupidity.
Okay, we hit 3, that's good. The number of targets are based on your wizard skill. So if you have low wizard skill, you might only hit 1 or 2
混乱とかに
enemies. If
し
you
て
have
ん
high
のかね。
wizard skill, you can hit all 4. Only thing I'm really looting from them is the healing potions, which is even really sort of optional, but can be useful for out-of-combat healing if you need to top people up. And we're going to jump right back into another ogre fight. There's 3 of these fights I'll be taking before the lighthouse, so this one's got reinforcements, so I talked about that mechanic earlier. This is another example of us getting to see it. 2 ogres and 2 ogre bosses on reinforcements. The 2 ogres should hopefully run away. The ogre bosses will likely spawn all the way on the other side of the map, but they can spawn somewhere else. So yeah, I need to use Keelan and Abracon to take out the ogres that are here in order to allow the reinforcements to spawn. So all 4 are paralyzed now. They're not going to do anything to me. Even if they attack me again, they don't have very high accuracy, and so they're not really very scary. But
ようやくちゃんと戦闘してる感じのとこ見ましたね。
you can see Keelan's high dexterity coming in here, where she's getting a ton of actions, and she's going multiple times in a row and going first. We're just going to try to clear out all 4 of these ogres. We don't really need to clear out all 4 if I get any of the other ones to flee. But
これ結構このステュピディティって技が行動封じ的に能力っぽいですね。主人公それ以外何もしてないけど、相手が動かなくなって、残りのパーティーメンバー2人で全員の敵倒せてるから。
Hitting the ogre that was running away, which is fine. Is that ogre not going to flee? That'd be kind of annoying.
あれ、敵が増えてきた。
They might not.
戦闘中に湧く？
Usually 2 ogres flee in this fight. Move forward a little bit in case we need to.
フィールド広いなぁとは思いましたけ
Maybe
ど。
after I take out this ogre boss. See if it runs away or not. Yeah, there he
戦
goes.
闘中にエリア移動がある。
So stat routing becomes very important here.
っていうことか。
Again, I need this experience points for a
倒し
specific
た。
reason, which I will talk about once I actually spend it. But right now I'm grinding specifically for, I use the word grinding loosely, but taking these fights specifically for Keelan's experience points. She needs to get up to 20 intelligence in order to equip an item that I'll be getting relatively shortly, which is key to getting past 2 specific fights in this run. And could optionally be used for more, but that's a long way out and has really been routed around, so. We got past these ogres. We skipped that 3rd ogre because we don't need that one. There's going to be 1 more that's directly on our way up here that we'll be taking. Got a bandit and there's a wolf around this corner. I am going to be saving before I get to that corner just in case the wolf aggroes me. It's another one that the wolves are like one of the most difficult enemies to sneak past in this game. By difficult, I mean random, where they will just sometimes see you, like that one by the wizard school would. You know, sometimes it was just aggroing me and sometimes it wasn't. So that's why
最初ノロノロこうやって移動してた時、なんか泥にでも足取られてんのかと思ったけど、これ明らかに細道ですよね。なんだろう、体力低くなってきて遅くなってんのかな。
It's like half regular Gidra output, which is unreadable, and then there's some code that's been sort of annotated with, you know, updated functions and variable names and things like that. So I've got some idea of certain thresholds, like exact string thresholds, for
あ、宴会余計。
or exact bonuses or penalties for aspect, which again I still haven't really talked about because it hasn't really been relevant. but up to this point. But so I have some of that type of information available to me, but there are a lot of mechanics like sneaking that are, you know, relatively unexplored and undocumented. I meant to use a dex potion before starting this fight, but it's not a big deal. Actually, it'd be kind of nice if Keelan gets to go twice before Ouron does, but the ogre doesn't die. That's
戦
unfortunate.
闘のシステムは
I'm really hoping that this stupidity spell
シミュレーションっぽいのかな。
that we're not injured, but it kind of just targets the
ア
close
クション RPG ってよりはちゃんとターン制バトルはしてそうだけど、
doesn't hit it.
でも位置取りが影響してますもんね。
Bite down this fourth one
この
rather than
ヒゲのおじさんのキャラクターが走ってるうちに次のキ
I will
ャラクターの行
start
動が
bringing
始まる
Ouron
って
over
いう
this
の
way.
は。
Bring Abercon over just in case, but
ようやくついた。
okay, Keelan gets her turn. Make sure to look around. Okay. Yeah, this ogre boss usually
うー
spawns.
ん、なるほど。前後
Every
軸
now
があ
and
っ
then
て
they'll
っていう
spawn.
ことね。
Like you saw
あ、あ
the
りそう
last
です
fight, one of the
ね。
reinforcements came in from the side, and if they come in from that direction, then you know, I could be placed wrong and not in a
シミ
position.
ュレーション RPG って考えると、確かに戦闘途中で
No problem.
敵が追加されるっていうのも納得
So in the
感はある。
meantime, Abercon stats just don't matter. I'm gonna put up to 25 strength. But his usefulness is as a combat character is mostly gone at this point.
戦闘はターン制ですが、プレイヤーのキャラクターや攻撃モンスターのステータスが単純に影響を与えることがあります。まあこれは普通ですね。素早さの関係でしょうね。
She's gonna be picking a lot
戦
that
闘が
we
始
are
ま
usually
ると、
exploring, so
アラ
she
ロン
picks the
と
lock anyway.
彼のパーティーは
So
様
I'm
々
not
な
sure
地
she
形
has
の
HP
別の画面に
should
転
not be
送
at
され
risk
ます。
of
プレイヤー
dropping
は
the
透
loop
明な
damage
境界
that
線でマー
we
ク
talked
され
about
た
earlier.
特定の距離を各パーティーメンバーを移動できます。
Not usual that
キ
she
ャラ
takes
クターの位
damage
置によっ
in a second,
て
but
攻撃のダメージや
playing a
効果
little
が
bit
増
more
減します。
aggressively with her.
高さや背後からの攻撃。やっぱそういうことですね。
So
どこから攻撃するかっていうの
sneak her way
が
up here. There's
相手に与えるダメージ、
Ogre.
効果に影響す
Same
る。
stuff we've been running into.
キ
There are
ャ
a
ラ
few
クター
spots
の
in
ア
the
ス
game
ペ
where the
ク
camera
ト、
will kind of
太
get
陽
stuff like
付
that.
き。あ、これは、あれですかね、
Catch
タイ
up
プ
with
みたいな
zero
も
as
んかな。
they're not actually there anymore.
時間帯によってパフォーマンス
This,
が上がったり
the
下が
orbital
ったり
lighthouse
し
is
ます。
locked, so we need somebody who
自
can
分やその他の才能の効果範囲は赤い炎の境界線で示され、スキルレベルが高いほど広がります。戦闘中に死亡したパーティーメンバーは復活できずにゲームから永久に削除されます。まあさっきおっしゃってた
And
ロストの
realistically,
話ですね。
stealth, multiple
アラロンが
characters
死
now,
亡した
like
場合、
Ouron
ゲーム
does,
は自
so
動
my
的
feet
に
spell it.
終了します。ゲームオーバーに
Picking
なる
rocks, I think
ということ
only
で。
that might require the thief skill. There's both a thief and a mechanic skill, and I kind of get them mixed up in terms of I think mechanic is used for disarming traps and thief is used for picking locks.
画面見と、
Slightly,
目離してる
slightly
隙
mixed
に
up
ボスの話続いてた。
but
もしかして。
only Keelan
やっちゃっ
has
た
those
な。
skills right now. And Brenna earlier was the only one with them. All right, so the lighthouse has been relit.
なんかが動き出した。
There is an enemy in the basement or the base floor of this lighthouse, which is why I did some sneaking and why I'm going to actually run down most of the way, and I'm going to save and reload just to make sure he does not try to attack me. I'll sneak the rest of the way out of here.
マップの中で敵がどこに湧
Alright,
くっ
so
て
we're
い
out
う
of
の
there.
が
So now
決
we're
まっ
just
て
going
た
to
りすれ
be
ば、
walking back to Port Said
こ
to
うやっ
try
て
to
ね、
flag
動
down a
く
boat
ス
now
ピ
that
ードを
the
調整することで、湧くタイミ
now
ン
that the
グを
lighthouse
調
is
整
lit.
で
It
き
is
た
still
りする
pretty
かもです
stormy,
ね。
and they're not really going to want to help us, but we'll find something. Now the lighthouse is lit, but while I'm walking back to the port, I will kick it
やっぱ
over
大
to
変だろうな。
Yeah, thanks, Zach. We do have a $100 donation from an anonymous
自分の
donor.
歩きがもろに
No comment, but thank you very much.
エンカウントに影響するってなると、
We also
やっ
have
ぱ
a
りかなり
$5 donation from
時間は
RPGLB
かかるよなっていうの
saying,
が納得い
the
く。
game mechanics, the runner is explaining
4時間です
while
もんね。
running through thunder. How deep is this game? Mind blown.
There's a lot of thunder and rain in this game. sort of the easy to joke that it's sort of the soundtrack of the game, honestly, the rain. It rains a lot in this game, and you hear more rain than you do music throughout a lot of it. Even like during the day, you'll go outside and it's sunny, and just like a minute later, it'll be like, it starts to rain. It doesn't help with the overall dark aesthetic of the game. Definitely recommend if you play this at home, try to kick up your brightness a little bit to help see a little bit better. Most of the game it's fine, but there are a couple parts that can be very dark. The Dryad Forest was one, and there'll be another one later that is a common spot that people will get stuck in. All right, so I'm going to come back over to this tree. I'm going to save again. We're going to sneak by that Chaos guy again. Just to be sure we make it. Because if we get the encounter and then have to run away, it's going to put us all the way back near that bridge we jumped off. That guy we snuck past. There are a lot of places that you know, saving for consistency's sake in the marathon, I got back here no problem, that aren't really required, but they do help make things consistent. It's definitely a big time save for a PB attempt, is just try to cut down the number of saves you're doing, but it doesn't take very many mistakes to wipe out any gain you get from that. So you have to be very confident in your movement and your sneaking in order to want to take those chances. So I'm going to come in here and we're going to take the inn probably twice. Yeah, once tonight and then once back today. In general, I want to keep it daytime sort of as much as possible throughout this run. So yeah, let's go down to the port and check out the boats. See what we got going on down there. You got multiple instruments going on, Cowie.
Yeah, there you go.
So, as we go down to the port, this jester named Ferris is going to show up, and he kind of just says a bunch of weird things. So he's sort of an iconic character. He shows up a few times throughout the game, but he doesn't really make much sense. So I'm gonna talk to this guy, and we're telling him that we put the lighthouse back on, and give him some money, and then I'm gonna save here real quick. There's gonna be a fight on the boat, and it's not usually a problem, but just in case. We're gonna use a defense potion, dex potion, and strength potion on my 2 main damage dealers preemptively, so that way we can have the advantage of them on the boat. So there was an old strategy. The fight in the boat's gonna be 2 griffins, and these griffins, for some reason, don't move. So the old strategy used to be just buy ranged weapons and equip ranged weapons, and you can just hit them and plink them down and they'll never fight back. But I find it's faster to use these potions since I'm buying them anyway, and then actually just use physical attacks to take them out. But if they do get to attack me and I do get some bad turn order, they do like half my health per hit. So even with the defense potion sometimes.
しばらく
So,
船の絵が続きそうですね。
yeah, this fight can potentially go poorly.
お、敵が降ってきた。
What I want to look for is I want to look for which griffin is already acting. So the one on the left right now is acting.
Griffon.
The one on the right is acting. And so I want to wait for after one of them to act before I attack it. And usually Keelan plus Abercon together can take it out. So now I need to wait for the next griffin to act again, which should be like immediately, but I'm skipping turns because I want to wait for that to happen. There we go, no problem. All right, so I could have spent points there, but it's not a big deal. This is the point where that fight was the one that pushes me up to be able to get 20 intelligence on Keelan, but I'm going to be taking one more fight on Chaos Isle anyway, and there are a lot of enemies on this island that's coming up, so we're running into a storm that's going to throw us off course, and the boat's going to get damaged, and we're going to end up crashing onto this evil island that's got all these chaos enemies on it. And a lot of them are fightable. A lot of them are kind of slow to fight. There's like 1 or 2 that are pretty quick to fight if we need a backup fight. If I forget to spend XP or something like that, I've done that before. But I'm going to be intentionally trying to take one
顔
single
の
fight
描かれた月
just
みたいな。
for a little bit more XP. And it's not for the threshold now, it's actually for an XP threshold way later in the game. It's just this happens to be generally the fastest fight to be able to get that XP.
強いな
And again, I'm going to say before this fight, I've seen exactly once
新しい島にやってきましたかね。
So I want to make sure I save before the fight. Basically, once this fight ends, this monster is going to be immediately replaced with another monster. And I think if that monster spawns on top of you, like physically on the same spot, that's what caused the game to crash that one time it happened to me. But so we're going to hope that doesn't happen. Yeah, Dex Potion, and we're just going to stick with the old Stupidity Spell strategy with these Chaos guys. I'm specifically taking this fight because they're vulnerable. All the enemies in this fight are vulnerable to this.
Chaos Warrior.
Most of the fights in this game are pretty static in terms
Chaos
of counter
Trooper.
formation. So I know exactly what to do. There are a couple that quantities are random sometimes, so it can kind of throw a little bit of a wrench into XP routing if you don't know how many are going to spawn. So here we get. I don't go over here. Okay, 20 intelligence on Keelan. Let's pump up some dex on Auron. That enemy dropped a Chaos Shield. I could have considered taking the Chaos Shield. Shields usually give you a dexterity penalty, so you don't normally want to wear them. But the Chaos Shield actually gives you really good defense without a dexterity penalty. And it's a really good defensive item, but I just don't need it. But I probably should have considered taking it. There's one fight
ヒ
where
ット
defense
ストゥピリ
like
ティが
sometimes
すごい
matters,
強いんですね。
but it's fine. So we'll sneak past that sorcerer that respawned in the place, and then we're gonna climb the island.
ストゥピッド
The
が
volcano island.
ね、
Hope Error Rudo is watching the volcano. His favorite RPG landscape.
愚かからだ。ステピリティ、
So there's down there,
愚かさ、
just facing,
間
there's
抜け。
a guy, like a named guy that's really tough to kill. I do have a way of killing
一応
him,
しびれって
or I will have a way of
いう意
killing
味
him if
で
I really wanted
ステ
to.
ピリティ使うこともある
He
み
gets
たい
really
で
good
すね。
XP, and he drops an item that I think it's supposed to let you like control certain types of enemies, but they're like they just don't exist in the game, or there's like only one fight where it's even usable, and you could
よ
fight
く
him for
RPG
XP.
あるある
That's a pretty
の
reasonable option if you needed
あ
bonus XP somewhere.
の
But
状態異常として
unfortunately, we're not going to do that.
ス
There's
タ
really
ン
no
ってのはあり
no
ます
reason
け
to.
ど、
Um,
スタンが強いゲームと弱いゲームって結構ものによって
there is this big
差が激しい
you
な
saw
っていう
when
の
we
は
were,
感じ
we were
てて、
approaching, there was this big like skull on the
この
island.
場合なんか
And,
強いスタン、
that sort
本
of
当に
skull
行動
dungeon
不能レベルの
here. So
確
again,
定
I'm gonna
行
do
動
my
不能のレベル
strategy
の
of
可能性あり
I'm
ま
gonna
す
run as
ね。
close as I can to
この
where
ス
an
テピ
enemy
リティ
is,
が
and then I'm going to save and reload to clear it. Because there is a Chaos Warrior at the top of this, top of these stairs.
火山っぽいとこ入ってきましたか？
You could sneak, but sneaking uphill was really slow. And I kind of go back and forth as to whether it's better to run as far as I can or whether it's better to just sneak a little bit earlier and deal with the uphill slow sneaking. It's pretty close either way. So yeah, we don't want to go into him, but we do want to enter this dungeon. Very ominous looking. Okay, we're gone. So that's the requirement for leaving this island, is just to enter the dungeon and leave. So yeah, see ya. We don't want to go through there. There's a lot of enemies in there, and it's
これ敵避けできんの
scary. There's
か？
some really good treasure in there, actually.
追いつかれそうだけど。
And it's the enemies in this island, these chaos enemies, are worth a lot of experience points. So
知力低下バフで捨て0以下になった
when
か
I
ら
was a
死
kid,
ぬ
I fell into the
扱い。
trap of I don't know how to fight all these enemies, so I'm just gonna sneak by them all.
体力はなくなってないけど、
Then I ended up underleveled for a good portion of the run.
ステータスが
To get experience points if you need to, but
低下された結
the speed
果
run, I don't need to.
もう動かなくなっちゃってるっていうこ
We're
と
gonna
なの
do
か。
another save here. I know this seems like a lot, and I know that nothing's really going wrong, but I'm gonna jump off this bridge, and it is possible. It is very unlikely on console, but actually really common if you play the game on emulator, to fall through the world here when you fall off this bridge. But we should just land down here and we should continue. But if you end up falling through the world, you just kind of keep falling until the game crashes. So that save is just to account for that possibility. So this is down to the beach, down past the stairs where we went up towards the island. You can sneak over here from the beach rather than doing it this way, but this way is much faster. Absolutely do not drop that. This way's a lot faster, and we can use the flea trick that we used way earlier on in the run to end up just back here at this bridge where we were. It's very interesting, must be because I saved. Usually it brings you like around the corner, like farther back, not on the bridge. But maybe because I saved on the bridge, it brought me back there. But yeah, this saves having to sneak by a lot of difficult enemies that are very perceptive on the beach. So
Yeah, I know I've heard you say in the past that a lot of what you did to reduce the time in this game is just work on figuring out where to sneak and where to like maybe save, and just like the exact thresholds of where these monsters will aggro on you, so that you're not wasting, 20 extra minutes just in the sneak pose.
yeah, for sure. It's definitely a big part of the routing for this. There'll be some pretty complicated spots later where that will really show. All right, so this is another spot where I probably have aggro on something. So we just clear it. And we have to sneak past 2 more enemies. That Spellweaver that spawned earlier, and then that Stormer that's on the right. And once we get past them, we'll be done with this island. And then we'll be going on to Namer's Island, which is the one that has the Namer that's supposed to be able to help us, probably. There's going to be a boss fight on that island. Spoiler. But yeah, so basically what happened here, if you remember earlier on, when I was in Aramon, the Mirari Sage gave me a stick, a magic stick, and told me to attach it to the helm, to my helm, if I needed protection. And Alaron is not a boat person, and instead he attached it to the mast. And so it did not provide the applicable protection, which is why the storm was able to scoop us up onto Chaos Island here. And so we're going to fix it the correct way this time. Boat's all fixed up. And we'll successfully be able to make it to Namer's Island.
I feel like your 2 options in these RPGs where you have to fix the lighthouse is either they give you the ship for free or you ride on the ship and it gets attacked.
船に乗って帰るのかな?
That's pretty accurate. I feel like I tend to play RPGs where the boat gets attacked a little bit more than the ones where you get the boat. All right, so we're on to Namer's Island. There's really only one thing worth doing on this island, which is the boss fight. So we were going for the Master Namer, but so was the Chaos. So unfortunately, they got here a little bit before us, but we might still be in time to do something. So we're gonna come over this way. I'll do a safety save, and then we'll do some equipments and some potioning. Okay, so first things first, Keelan needs to equip this Wall of Bones wand. And she will equip a Dexterity potion and a Strength potion. Elron will use a Dexterity potion, Abracon will use a Strength potion. There are going to be some enemies that we're going to have to fight here. There's going to be some enemies that we're going to be able to use the Stupidity spell on. And then we equip the Wall of Bones wand. So the Wall of Bones wand, the wand lets you cast a spell, obviously. Wall of Bones is another paralysis type attack, but it only works on certain enemies that have true names. It's very rare. It's a necromancy spell, so your party typically can't use it. Okay, we hit the Stormer, that's good. The Stormer and the Warrior are the ones that we really want to hit here. The Warrior's too far back, so that's fine. So we're going to try to land Wall of Bones on this guy. And we did first try, which is really good. That guy we don't really have a good way of taking out otherwise. Since I got that first try, I will also try to land it on this Sorcerer, on Keelan's next action. It's pretty unlikely to hit. but it does save quite a bit of time because the sorcerer's got pretty high defense if it does manage to hit. Sorcerer usually casts Spirit Shield here and buffs up their defense or Starlight Shield. The Star Magic version. But I don't really know what Star Magic does. That's one of the spells I do know. Web of Starlight is another one, Frozen Doom. Those are both paralysis type attacks. This one can actually cast Web of Starlight, although Web of Starlight can wear off. It's not like a full paralysis. We got Wall of Bones on the Sorcerer. That's actually really incredible. So the fight's just over with. So that's awesome. That is not common. So anyway, so the Chaos got here first, and unfortunately, they mortally wounded Kradog the Namer, and very important here, I must unequip the Wall of Bones wand. Let's verify it. You can see it has 3 charges here. This is very important. I'm gonna save after unequipping it even. If for some reason if you camp or in or save and load the game with that wand equipped in particular, it can happen to other wands also. I have a light wand that I haven't used yet, which it can happen with. The item can glitch out and lose all of its charges and become unusable. And there is one more fight where I absolutely need to use that Wall of Bones wand. So if I forget to unequip it, it can glitch out between now and then and become unusable. I do have backup saves if that happens, but we don't want to do that. So anyway, we got to Kradog, but he was mortally wounded first, so we basically got to hear his dying words. I think he explained a little bit about us being cursed by Shamsuck and stuff, and recommended that we try to hunt down the necromancer Shamsuck that cursed us, but unfortunately, he was not long enough for the world in order to help us. So we are now yet again going to somewhere new, looking for somebody who can maybe help us. And our pickings are looking slim because who else is good at naming? But we'll get to that in a little while. So in the meantime, I'm going to be leaving town, and we're going to be doing a big walk towards Terminor, which is the next major city. So we're on pretty good pace so far. Usually like 2 hours or so. Getting out of Chaos Isle is my sort of benchmark for whether the run is decent or not. Maybe 150 for a great run, and you know we're on pretty good pace. This run's going well. But yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of running right now. It's going to be a lot of backtracking. I'm going to have one short Chaos Scout encounter that usually just Keelan hits a couple times and it goes away. But otherwise, it's just going to be a bit of walking for a while, so I can kick it back over to Anatolu for whatever you've got for us.
Yeah, definitely. I do want to just remind everyone, we are here raising money for NAMI. NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness, is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. NAMI provides advocacy, education support, and public awareness to improve the lives of all individuals and families affected by mental illness. NAMI exists to ensure that no one is alone on their mental health journey. In addition to just supporting a great cause like NAMI, if you donate during this run or the next 2, you are entered into the current prize pool, which includes some extremely cool donation prizes. The ones that are active through Landstalker are the Chain Chomp plush, provided by Ghost Kumo, that Final Fantasy VIII wooden case replica, provided by Pigmented, the Live Alive PC key from Possum Coffee, and the Super Mario locking storage box, provided by Heroic Spirit Gamer. So a lot of cool stuff. Oh, and also the Shy Guy tabletop miniature from Mr. Dean. So a lot of cool stuff. We are nearing the end of the window for those. You can donate anytime for the big prizes, like the Nintendo Switch 2 bundle, of course, provided by the RPG Loan Break staff. But if you want one of those others, then we just have a little longer for that.
Cool. Yeah. So we're making this walk to Terminor. This game, it's interesting because so this game has a lot of these like split paths, right? Like I've gone to Aramon first, and then we go to Talawalk, and then nothing's really blocking off these paths, but if you try to go to some of these towns early, the gates are just shut. So it's sort of interesting that you can walk right up to a lot of these later towns early on, and you can't actually get in there, which is, it's unfortunate because sometimes there are good characters there, or sometimes here's the Chaos Scout that we're going to fight. Sometimes there are good characters there or valuable equipment. Terminor is not very difficult to get to, but we can't do it until now, so. And we're going to kind of go up this hill to avoid some enemies. I know a lot of times it looks like my movement is not really in a straight line, and usually it's to avoid enemies that we don't get to see. So, like that one. Promise there's a reason for my movement most of the time. It's definitely a room where there's an area where like I'm still making improvements here or there. There's still room for optimization within the run. But yeah, Countess talked about it earlier, but like the view distance isn't super high. It fades out there's a lot of like level of detail type things where it fades out distant objects in order to sort of save on resources, and so that includes a lot of enemies. Your camera field of view is pretty narrow, so you don't really get great peripherals. So a lot of times there'll be enemies to the side of you that you don't get to see. And yeah, I promise that all my movement has some kind of intention to it. So in this case, there's a bear to my right that I want to avoid. We're not going to see the bear, but he's there. And I could take out the bear if I run into it, but then it gets replaced with a Chaos Scout, and then I have to fight the Chaos Scout. So we just go out of our way to run around it a little bit, fall off this ledge. And so Terminor is kind of like the biggest city, I guess, like physically largest city in the run. There's a lot of shops. There's a couple of there's a quest that we'll pick up there. There's a character that will join us. And again, our current goal is we're looking for information about the necromancer Shamsuk. So he's the one who cursed us as a child. He's the reason we don't have a true name. He's the one trying to sort of corrupt us to follow him or follow the chaos or whatever. So we're looking for information about how to find him, where he is, and then how to deal with him. Because he's locked up in a tower somewhere. So we will find more of that information when we get to Terminor. Avoiding a bat to the right. There's going to be a wandering Cyclops here. Figure out where I start sneaking. Let's try here. That should be good. If I have to save and reload this, it actually interrupts his pathing cycle a little bit, and then I end up having to wait for him a little bit longer. But I should be good. I'll get past his pathing here. Yeah. Then we can just run. The rest of this path we should be able to just run. I will do one save before the troll enemy that I used to actually fight in the run. So I mentioned before, like the run used to have a lot more experience points, used to take a lot more skills, used to take a lot more spell ranks, and that's really been trimmed down a lot. I used to really aim for max dexterity an hour on, for example, or max dexterity and max of a certain spell rank, and I'm willing to compromise on that a little bit now, and I keep wondering whether there's opportunity to trim out more XP in various places in this run, but this is sort of the best I've come up with. That Wall of Bones wand is like the biggest interesting point for potential optimization, so I got Keelan 20 intelligence in order to equip it, but Alaron already has 20 intelligence, and like, why don't I just use it on Alaron? Or why don't I spend some of the points that I don't care about on Abracon to get him 20 intelligence? And the reason for that is that whenever I've tried doing it with those characters, it's just unreliable. It gets resisted most of the time and just doesn't work. But in the back of my mind, I wonder if there's room for optimization there to cut out some of those ogre fights, a couple of the other fights that I've done, get a little bit less experience and focus Keelan's XP into some of the other things that she requires a little bit later. But anyway, that's not relevant for today, just sort of always in the back of my mind. All right, so we've reached the city of Terminor. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go over to the inn, and we're going to stay at this inn about 14 times. It's not going to actually be exactly 14 times. I'll start with probably 11 or 12. So I want it to be daytime at the end. So 5, 6. I'll go to 12 to start with. So let's check the calendar. So on the right side of this menu, there's a calendar. The 28th, good. That's what I want here. I want it to be the 29th, but I need to talk to this guy and give him some dialogue. Ask if he knows Ardras. It will pay double rates. I messed up. Missed an option here. Or are there many zombies? There we go. So getting this option gives us a shop. And this is sort of an oversight here. I'm going to buy these boots of speed, and I'm going to sell them back for more than I buy them for. So we had the alchemy gold early on, and now we're just going to get like a couple 100,000 gold just by buying and selling boots. I don't really need very much, but we're going to buy 3 rings of healing. We're going to buy 3 boots of speed. Oops, I'll sell 1 back. That's all I need from the shop. And then we are going to take more inns. Yeah, there we go. So it should be the 28th. Okay, so let me explain what I just did, why I took all those inns. So I've talked a few times about the solar and lunar aspect. Every character has an aspect that can be either solar or lunar. Most of the party members are solar. It's the most common aspect. Healing in particular is lunar aspect. What this means is that in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen the whole time, you've seen there's like the sundial. It's keeping track of the time of day. And inside the sundial, there's also a picture of a moon that's been kind of filling out as the run goes on. And if you're a solar aspected character, the idea is that you get bonuses to your actions based on the time of day. You get a small bonus to morning. You get a big bonus to the afternoon. You might get a small penalty to the nighttime. I don't think so, but I don't remember for sure the numbers. If you're lunar aspected, now you might think, oh, well, they get aspect at night, but they're actually based on the cycle of the moon that's in the center of that little sundial. So I was taking all those inns in order to advance the moon to be a little bit farther, so that way I will hit a full moon pretty shortly, which gives the maximum bonus to Keelan during one of the most difficult parts of the run. So that was sort of just to advance the time of day, or the time of the month, in order to get that bonus soon. So I'm 1 day away from that full moon, and that gives us time to get to the next area, and then I'll probably have to do a manual camp in order to push it over the edge. But I'm going to buy a bow of accuracy, and a couple tinker gloves. These are the last things that I'll buy with my definitely well-earned gold.
I mean, though, it's some good haggling. It's buying those boots from him and selling them back to the same guy at a markup.
All within the same shop. Didn't even give him a break.
Yeah.
All right, now we're gonna do a big equip menu here. We're gonna equip all that stuff that I just bought. So we're gonna equip the boots of speed, the ring of healing. Alaron's going to get a ring of healing and boots of speed, and also the tinker gloves, and Apricot's going to get boots of speed and ring of healing. We're going to save the other tinker's gloves for later. Oops. Alaron also wants the bow of accuracy. So the bow of accuracy and the tinker gloves both give bonus to dexterity. I've already explained the importance of that. The ring of healing will allow me to regenerate a small amount of HP every turn in combat, but more importantly, when combat ends, you usually, although sometimes not, get like a big 25 hit point heal or something. So it really cuts down on the amount of in-between fight healing that we'll need to do. And then the boots of speed give you a permanent haste effect, which sort of interacts with the dexterity stat to give you more actions in combat and make you go faster. The thresholds for dexterity are sort of combined based on your haste value. It can't give you more than 3 actions per turn, but it can sort of guarantee that 3 actions. I haven't tried cutting those out. I'm actually kind of curious, like, how important they really are to the run. They were sort of in there before I picked it up. But the dexterity items I definitely do want, and since you're in the shop anyway, to get the money to buy the dexterity items, you know, may as well just buy the stuff. But yeah, so a couple things happened in that town. So when I talked to the innkeeper, he gave me a quest about the zombies that spawned some zombies in the overworld. They're a fight that's going to be mandatory for this route because they're going to drop a wizard wand, which is another equipable item that will give +1 to my wizard skill. As I talked about earlier, I've already got the witch ring and the wizard hat for +2 and +1 respectively. That'll bring a total to +4. The other thing is when I was in the inn, Neeson joined us. So Neeson is a friend of Retta from back home. There's some more dialogue there if she's with your party, but she's not. And he is a wizard who has kind of discovered the secret for how to get into Shamsuck's tower. So he's going to join us to help us get in there. In theory, he's not actually going to help us get in there because the game doesn't require him to, but it does require him to join you. And if your party's full, it will actually make you kick somebody out in place of getting him in your party. Typically around then is when, if you still have Abercon, I think it forces him out of your party. I think there's, once you get to a certain part of the game, he's just like, you know, you've done enough, you can be a knight, you don't need me anymore. And so he's usually the first common one to kind of be kicked out. But this is the zombie. So I'm going to run up and I'm going to save here in front of the zombie. I might have to reload this fight a few times. There's some randomness in terms of how many zombies can appear in this battle. And I need there to be at least 3, but I want there to be fewer than 6 or so. There's 8, so I'm going to just reload it a few times. I could go with 8, but we'll give it a few shots at getting... I would take 7. 6, perfect. Okay. We're just gonna kill turns for the moment here. These guys kind of hurt. I'm gonna take Neeson over here. So again, he's a pretty strong mage. So we're gonna cast the fireball spell on a couple zombies, and we're gonna stand in the middle of this fireball. And
Oh no.
he's almost dead, but it's fine.
ちょっと目を離してしまっていたんですが、
Actually dead, and it's even more fine. Great. We don't want him in our party anymore because he's just going to
魔
take up
法
XP
使いの
and
キャラクタ
he
ーが
forcibly leaves your
増え
party
ている。
anyway pretty shortly, so you don't get to keep him anyway. So even though he's a really strong magic user, he's not worth keeping around, so it's best to get rid of him as soon as possible. And we're going to try the stupidity spell on these zombies. As we've been doing, I will need to kill a couple of them to get the reinforcements to come in.
魔法使いのキャラクター、また死にました
These zombies have a lot of health. They really hurt. They're not a
そうですよね。
They are better than the alternative, which is trying to get that wizard rank in a different way. We'll attack from Fabercon. Use the backside for Keelan. Over this way a bit, towards where the reinforcements will come in. Paralyze that dude. The reinforcements only come in at the end of the round, so again, I'm getting multiple actions per round. I mentioned earlier that the rounds are sometimes pretty hard to keep track of because characters are getting a different number of actions per round, but basically every time the round ticks over is when the reinforcements will come in, so that's why they don't join right away. But here's one of them. Just waiting for our friend Kirk Buzzer here to be able to act. There we go.
安定火力になるのが物理攻撃っていうことなのかな
Let's bring Abercon over this way to try to be a target. The other one spawned in the backside of the fight, which is very unusual. Usually both of them spawn from kind of the same area, but not always. I mentioned before that reinforcements sometimes come in from different directions. Alright, zombies are complete. So I'm going to take 5 points of strength on Keelan here, get her up to 20. That'll give her the strength needed to equip Warfang. Let's put some points into Dex, I guess, on Auron. I do want to get up to 27 intelligence also. And let's loot that wizard wand, which is what we're here for. All right, so we got the zombie, got the wizard wand, and now we're just going to continue along the way to Shamsuk's Tower. So going to be a bit of running. We're going to run through the bog. The bog here is the spot where when playing casually, people tend to get a bit lost. It's kind of hard to navigate your way around. It's pretty dark. There's a lot of trees. It's sort of jungle-ish. There'll be a lizard man I'll have to sneak past, and I have to do some saving and loading to get around enemies. There's a couple that are kind of hard to see, but in the meantime, it's going to be a little bit of overworld, so I will kick it back to Anatoly.
Thanks, Hack. Yeah, we've got a $25 donation from an anonymous donor. No comment, but thank you so much for that. We have a different $25 donation from another anonymous donor. This one has the comment, "Thank you, haktical, and everyone behind the scenes for such a comfy N64 RPG speedrun tonight and for a great cause." Thanks for those donations. We are getting closer to meeting the cheat code showcase incentive. So I believe that will be at the end of this run. So if you want to see all of the goofy cheat code goodness that the Nintendo 64 has to offer here, then yeah, please keep sending in your generous donations tonight.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, we should have, I don't know, hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes left of the run, something like that. So still got a little bit of time, but it's quickly decreasing. We'll have Shamsuk's Tower here as like a major dungeon. This is like the biggest dungeon in the run. There'll be a boss fight afterwards, and then there'll be a lot of running around. And a few other things mixed in. Won't spoil too much at this point, but yeah, so this is the bog. It's rainy, it's boggy, there are trees. There's some like streams running through here. I'm running generally east. I'm trying to go a little bit north because frequently there's a Medusa that like hangs out across the stream. And I want to try to avoid it, but I'm actually going to save here. Just in case I get an encounter, I can reload back to here, rather than having to run through the whole bog again. Big flame here during the daytime. If I were actually like a little bit more optimal with my time of day, I probably would have taken one extra in and gotten here around dark, around when the day ticks over to get to that full moon. But I don't like running through here in the dark, so I don't mind. Figure I'll do it in the day and just do a camp here when I get to Shamsuk's Tower. We haven't used the camp mechanic at all, but you'll see what it is in a minute. We got one quick fight to take first, though. So this is the tower. Not much to look at. Looks kind of haphazard. Guarded by a couple of golems here. And you can probably guess what we're going to do about these golems. We're quickly nearing the point where there's another good option that we'll be using for a lot of these enemies, but it's basically the same thing. So we're going to start pumping up Keelan's debilitation spell that we got earlier. So debilitation is a stat reduction spell that reduces enemy strength. So we're going to do some equips here. We're going to unequip Warfang and Trehern's sword and swap them, so Keelan has the better sword and Ibrikon has the worse sword. Again, Keelan's going to be kind of our main damage dealer. There will be plenty of stuff we need to fight in here. Now that she's got 20 strength, she can equip it. We're going to save the game, and then we're going to camp. So camp is sort of a rest mechanic that allows you to get some of your hit points back. It advances the time of day 8 hours, but there is a chance that you get past the marshmallows. Kev, you brought some marshmallows, right?
No.
Then why are you here?
I was supposed to remind you about the Wanda Bones, and I didn't.
Oh,
so.
yeah, okay. That's fair. I'm just chilling outside for a second until the day ticks over. It's just going to be a few seconds here.
なんか素敵な BGM がかかって、しばらく待ちの時間なのかな。オフラインイベント特有の深夜帯な感じ、いいですよね。会場ほとんど人がいない中で残ってる人たちのこのゲーム好きなんだろうなとか、奏者さんとか RTA 見たくて来てるんだろうなっていうこの熱意がすごい感じられて、深夜帯じゃないと味わえない感覚っていうのも結構自分は好きです。なんだか物々しい感じのダンジョンの中入りましたが、相変わらずステピリティが強すぎる。
The intelligence does cap at 30, but for now I just want 27. Alright, so these Dust Devils here will be our first use of the Debilitation spell, which is going to kind of do the same thing as the Stupidity spell, but again it decreases strength. These Dust Devils have, I believe, 1 strength. Maybe it's the race, maybe the Dust Devils have like 6 strength, but they are extremely easy to
まだまだこっからね、なんなら折り返しぐらいのタイミングですしね。
One thing that you can look for here, I'm moving to like make sure I'm in range. If you look on when I've got a spell that's recently been used, you'll see on the left side that like the outline of the enemy will glow red if they're in range of being hit by that spell. So I'm kind of looking at that when I'm moving around. That's annoying.
だから多分デバフ効果のあるスキルがすごい強いんだろうな。さっきのステピリティが視力を下げて、るのと同じで、デビリテイトも脆弱だから、今度はあれかも、体力を低下させる感じのやつなのかな。すげえ敵よけの仕方してるけど。
I'm going to be fighting a lot of stuff in this tower, but I'm definitely judicious with what I fight versus what I sneak past. There are a lot of things that are just not worth it here that are not easy to fight, or I might not even be capable of fighting. With those Hellhounds, I'm not sure I could even take out with this party reliably. They're a very scary enemy. So this dungeon's like, it's a tower, but it's very non-Euclidean. Like you're kind of just you're warping between rooms that don't really make any sense. There are a lot of rooms that you can like fall through, and pit traps and optional rooms, and it's a pretty big dungeon, honestly. Even though we're only going to be seeing maybe half of it, taking the optimal path.
このバトルフィールドの真ん中にあるこのトゲ3つは何なんでしょう。
Again, vulnerable to debilitation. And key when using debilitation here, not on these like trash fights, but
レイスだから
ability to use that spell.
魂的な
of it was kind of a key turning point to this route and reducing a lot of grinding in this route. Before I kind of
敵キャラですよね。
This was sort of one of the things that brought the time way down to the
こいつにはステピディティよりもデビリテーションが有効っていうそういう感じなのかな。こういうレイス系のキャラクターって特に物理攻撃が効かない設定とかだとね、主人公以外の2人もデビリテーション使ってるとこ見ると物理攻撃よりもそっちの方が効果が高いのかな。
This place is definitely fueled by some dark magic. It is Shamsek's tower, the evil necromancer, so you can see his magic at work in terms of what's happening with this tower. Okay, so for this fight coming up here, we need to equip that wizard wand that I picked up earlier, and I need to save the game beforehand. This fight can be unreliable. We're going to be using the
詳しいシステムは分からずともやっぱ戦闘が増えてくると楽しいですね。
first usage of the Light Wand. It's going to be kind of Abracon's main role from now on, or one of his roles. You can do it earlier on too, but this basically sets the time of day of the map to be daytime. So if you have a solar aspect character, it gives them a boost, and that's what that Light Wand is for. I want to be hitting the Stupidity spell onto this Minotaur Lord, and he's very resistant to it, and making the plate really, really helps, and we hit it first try with it, so that's why we do it. We will pump a couple more points into the rotation here. I don't really need to spend the points every single second I get them, but it's just kind of nice to keep up with it. There's also going to be a little treasure patch here where I'm going to get a Wall of Bones scroll that will be used to be able to teach the Wall of Bones spell. I mentioned that Auron is the only one in my party that can learn necromancy magic. The only one in the game, party member in the game. But it does have a high wizard rank requirement, which I do not currently need. So it's going to just chill out in our inventory for quite a while. It's a very powerful spell. Obviously I used it during the Namer's Island fight, so the limitations of Wall of Bones, it is
まあ
resistant.
でも面白いですよ
It
ね。
can also only be used on
ヒット
enemies
ポイン
with
トと
true
か
It's kind of the general
ライ
rule
フと
behind
か
it, so
は結
you
構
can't use it
ど
on
の
every enemy of the game.
RPG でも
If you do manage
設
to
定
land it
さ
on
れて
something,
ま
they're
すけ
just
ど、
out of the fight. So
そういうのとは別の
Frozen
軸
Moon
で
is the star magic equivalent to that. And then there's Web of Starlight,
デー
which
タ
is sort of
値
a
を
temporary
参
star
照し
magic
て
version, which we haven't
倒
seen
した
yet,
判
but
定に
the
なるっていう
the
のは
sorcerer on Namer's Isle could have cast
なんか
that
ちょっ
on
と
us, and
あ
there
ま
will
り
be some stuff that
聞
will
か
cast
ない
through
から
and do on us as we go. This next hallway is a
独
plague
特かも。
zombie in it. I'm saving, but I'm saving the second
そうです
slot
ね。
overwrite one of these backup saves.
やっぱり
So
日
this
本
room
製の RPG
is a
で
narrow
日
hallway.
本製の RPG の
Suggested that I'm gonna
文
sneak as
脈が
far as I
結構
can.
あるからお決まりの
Get
シス
shot
テムとか
here.
って結構
And we're gonna save and reload.
ありますもん
Respawn
ね。
the zombie. And hopefully be able to sneak past it.
こ
But
ういうのとは
there
全く
are
違う
occasions
感
where
じ
you
は
end
やっ
up
ぱ
getting
り
sort of caught in a loop where you load the save and you just immediately get an encounter, and it becomes very difficult
海外
to
1000
manage
倍
when
の
that happens.
ゲームならではな感じあ
Backup
ります
save
よ
in
ね。
the second slot was in case I kind of get stuck in a loop here where I'm
今の
not
避けれん
soft
だ。
lock, but sometimes it's better to just reset the room and start over. But we didn't need to do it. We got past him, so all good. There's a wraith in this room we get to fight.
レイス
So
だ
I've
から
considered using
イ
dexterity
ーリン
potions
さ
for
ん
some of
が
these fights
デビリテー
in
ション
order
を
to
買う。
potentially outspeed some of these enemies, but the race have very high dexterity, and giving Keelan more dexterity with her current 30 plus boots of speed is just not
2回行動できてるのがやっぱり
it's not worth taking the
強い
time
で
to
すよね、キ
menu
ーリ
and
ン。
the money to buy the extra dexterity potions early on.
まあおよそ素
So
早
you get
さ
to
の
actually
関
kill some enemies
係
here.
だったりするんでしょうけど。
Skeleton archers that are in this fight, you can also use the stupidity spell on them.
レイス
They
は
are
デビ
within
リ
the
テー
range,
シ
but
ョ
they're
ン、
highly resistant to it. It really
ケル
doesn't
トン
work
は
very
ちゃんと
well.
殴り。
So it's much easier to just kill them. And I can actually have Kirk Buzzer here. Also uses bow to chip enemies down. Keelan will do like almost a full, often almost kill something in one hit, but not quite. And using that bow, she can sometimes one-shot stuff, but buttering them up with the bow shot actually sometimes kind of saves her in action, which sometimes it matters and sometimes it doesn't, depending on when the reinforcements spawn and who goes next and all that, but throw that chip damage in there when I can. Don't need any of the loot. We're not going to be doing any more shopping the rest of the run or anything, so all the loot is sort of meaningless. I forget about this room all the time. Things are about to get a little bit weird, as if they're not already. Could sort of get a little sneak preview of what the room will look like. So we get one golem and a bunch of skeleton archers. We're going to kind of cheat over that way, but try not to get in range of the golem. He kind of hurts if he gets to attack me. I might have moved too close, but we'll see. I'm actually just I'm gonna punt this turn. Let's step back a little bit and just top up my health. I really don't want to get close to that golem. Aileron wants to get close to that golem. I don't care about the archers. Let's hit the golem. Here we go. I got one of the archers. That'll probably be one less enemy I'll have to deal with then. All right, now Keelan can come in and start to clean up. I could take the time to run Abercon over here. He could contribute to this fight a little bit. You know, he does do non-zero amounts of damage, but it's usually not worth the time running him over. Keelan gets so many actions that it's usually better to just let her do her thing. I don't know which one of these has been hit by... Oh, I can't even hit them from here. All right. Get one of the reinforcements in time. We'll have to wait another round, but that's not a big deal. I take that round anyway, so... Oop. Trying to hit these guys like exactly from behind to get that thief bonus, but sometimes it's kind of hard to tell where exactly you're lined up until you're close enough that they're being highlighted. Their features in the dark are not super distinctive. I missed. Let's see where we're at for stats here. A couple points of dex. Get debilitation 7. We want to get debilitation 8 by the end of this dungeon. That's sort of the threshold that we're looking for. We need debilitation 8. So I don't have enough experience for it yet. We're gonna have 2 more fights, and after those 2 fights, I should get enough. I made a small mistake. I should have traded the witch ring over to Keelan, which would give her enough wisdom to take out all 3 of these in one go. There can be 4 on this fight, in which case you need 2 casts either way. But Wraith Touch. Wraith Touch here is an ability that decreases a random stat. So it can debuff your intelligence and make them actually resist or make you fail to cast the spell, which is kind of annoying, but didn't happen that time. Alright, so we're almost to the center of this area. Now I have to make an important save. Let's heal up. Let's make sure everybody's at good health. This next fight is one of the big RNG fights of the run. Let's top up with healing potions. Let's save the game. And then we're going to re-equip that Wall of Bones wand on Keelan. This is the second fight where it's mandatory. And we have to hope that Keelan does not get hit by Frozen Doom. So either she needs to outspeed that white, or it needs to target Abercon. And I need to land Wall of Bones. So Wall of Bones was resisted. So I put Abercon in front to get him targeted by Frozen Doom, so I get one more chance at the Wall of Bones. If Keelan gets hit by it, I can flee from this fight. So I'll have to flee from the fight and just go back into it. And, you know, I can reload the save that I just made if I need to. There are more of these Spirit Wolves. These are the ones that I saw earlier behind the Wizard School, and I said, okay, Keelan got hit by Frozen Doom, so we're going to have to flee here. These Spirit Wolves are the ones that I said I'd run into later on in the run, and they'd still be dangerous. So, here they are. I got really hurt. I'm actually going to flee and just reload that save for the... maybe. Curing Potion. Okay, we're actually okay. Wall of Bones wants still have charges. Double check this here. I don't get to use it once, but we should still have 2 charges. Yeah, okay. We can just try it again. Oops. Wrong door. So yeah, this fight can just be a bit of RNG with turn order and getting that spell to land. And then we have to kill these wolves. If Abercon dies, so these wolves will like attack me, right? If Abercon dies, that's not that big of a deal. We don't need him for the rest of the run. We landed Wall of Bones, which is excellent. But we do want to keep him alive. It is very useful to have him for a couple things in particular. But I would not let that cause a reset. We'll actually shoot that guy with the bow here. I missed. That's really not good that it attacked Auron. See if I can get between them. If it hits Auron again and kills him, then it's a game over and we have to reset and reload. Okay, we got the wolf. It's fine. So yeah, these are the guys that we saw like an hour and a half ago outside the wizard school in a big group. And even now I'm having, difficulty dealing with them. So, but the fight's clear, so let's get debilitation 8. Pump up a couple more points of dex, that's all we can do. And we're gonna spam A on this thing in the center to make sure it's activated. And we're almost done with Shamsuk's tower. We have to go out of this psychedelic area still a little bit more. Walk up onto this weird hand. It acts as a teleporter. And then we are going to get... I'm actually going to do something real quick first. I'm going to check something. I'm going to unequip this Wizard Wand, Witch Ring, and Wizard Hat, and equip this all into Keelan. I've had a few cases, and I don't know exactly what causes it, where this Wizard Wand gets glitched out and does not, like it shows in my, like on the character's portrait, but it does not actually, like, let me see it in the menu anymore. Like it doesn't exist. And usually saving and reloading will bring it back, but I have a backup save just in case like that happens again. But it seems okay right now, but I wanted to do it before this scene because usually when I realize it's an issue, it's after the scene. But this is the Jester Ferris. He's the guy that kind of said weird stuff to us outside of the boat, and he's going to join us for a fight against Shamsuk for some reason. We're going to save again now that he's in our party. And we're going to do some pre-potioning. We're going to grab Dex Potion to Auron, Keelan, and Ferris. And Ferris and Keelan are also going to get Strength Potions. Alright, we're going to go through this teleporter. And we're going to be back in Oisin Forest, back at the start of the game. And here's another scene where I'm just kind of going to manually mash through it. Because it can soft lock while turboing both before and after this upcoming boss fight. But this is the Shamsuk fight, so this is going to be Shamsuk the Necromancer. He's the guy on the right now that's got the big staff, and he's the guy who cursed us. And we're going to kind of shove it in his face that we destroyed his tower. So I guess what we activated at the center there was the self-destruct sequence, and now it's gone. Kaboom! It's gone, all of it. And we're at Oriana's hut, but this is the part where Shamsuk informs us that Oriana is now dead, and that Oriana was our mother, which we did not know. We were sort of an orphan as far as we were concerned. But yeah, Shamsuk has not only cursed us at birth, but now also killed our mother. So now it is time to give him the business. Him and his zombies and his wraiths. Alright. So, this was another one of the major routing points of the run, is dealing with Shamsuk. This fight is very difficult casually. Of course, they cast darkness, so it's dark now. As if it weren't already, but... so we're going to cast the debilitation spell here. And Shamsuk is now out of the fight. As are the two wraiths, but they're not, they're not that important. But Shamsuk has 15 or 16 strength. I think it's 15 strength. So you need 8 wizard skill and also 8 debilitation skill in order to land that on him. So it's sort of one of the key requirements for the routing. And as a necromancer, he casts stuff like he casts buff spells, he casts things like haste, I'm gonna actually. Oh, you still have that equipped, don't you? Yeah. I'm gonna cast light. Make it daytime again. Alaron's gonna have to land some spells in this fight also, so it'll help him, and it'll also just be better to see. But yeah, he's pretty strong. He casts necromancy magic, and it's just generally pretty tough. And not to mention all the monsters that kind of come with him. All right, so Keelan needs to now. You can change equipment in combat. If you change weapons, it will actually like skip your turn. But if you don't change weapons, then it doesn't matter. Sometimes it's worth doing that anyway. But I'm going to put her robe back on and unequip her wizard stuff so it can go to Alaron. Have Ferris help clean up these reinforcements, or clean up the race to spawn the reinforcements. Got Kirk Buzzer's turn, so he's now going to equip all that wizard gear again. And all the reinforcements are vulnerable to the stupidity spell, so that's what we're going to be trying to land. And that's where the light magic comes in handy. It's going to cast on other stuff nearby, and it doesn't really matter if it hits Shamsuck or the Wraith or not. They're not in the fight anymore, but the spell's gonna hit him anyway. The 2 plague zombies that are left are a little bit harder to land spells on, and they're a little bit strong, but should not be an issue. What I'll actually do is I'll actually run Ferris over here, so that way if they do spawn, he can tank a couple hits. It's actually like faster, technically speaking, if Ferris dies in this fight, because there's some dialogue and some scenes with him that happen, and him dying on this fight would skip that from happening, but it takes a long time to get him to die. He's pretty tanky, and it's just not worth spending time to save like a minute or minute and a half trying to get him killed, because you can spend that long or longer doing it. All right, so now we're just waiting for Kirk Buzzer's turns. 1 resist. We hit the second one. Okay. Hit him. Okay. Shamsuck fight is complete. One of the major bosses. Let's spend some points on dexterity here. Let's get Keelan up to 25 strength. 24 strength, okay. Let's put a couple points into warrior on Abracon. He's not really going to get to do much, but at least spend his XP.
All right, so we saved the day, right?
No. So we've killed the necromancer that cursed us and killed our mom, but that has not yet restored our true name, so we still need to do that. Now that Shamsuck is dead, that might mean there's an opportunity for that to be able to happen, but we still need to find somebody to be able to name us, which normally happens as a child, not as an adult, and it's going to take some special power for that. So
Paperwork.
Yeah, exactly. So where we're going to go now is there's been some hints throughout some of the recent dialogue, maybe through this dialogue, I don't remember, about the city of Ugarit, which is down in the Jundar Desert, and they've got some ancient knowledge that might be able to help. And this is also one of the other big points of the run that has been sort of sped up over the years, is that you're not actually required to go to Ugarit. There's a lot of lore there. There's a whole town. You can get a character, Sholeh, who's a star magic user, but there's no story thing that locks you into going there. So skipping going to that town saves quite a few minutes of going through the desert. And basically what we're supposed to find in that town is some lore about a dragon that might have the power, an ancient dragon that like helped create the world, that might help have the power to name us, and a horn that might be able to rouse said dragon. But the horn is locked in a barrow guarded by a bunch of wraiths, including Lugash, who is an ancient sorcerer who's now like a lich kind of person. And the only way to damage Lugash is by getting Lodin's sword, which is a special sword you're supposed to go through a little mini dungeon to get. We're not going to get Lodin's sword. So, but the game expects you to do so. So normally if you go up to Lugash and you try to attack him without Lodin's sword, you will only do 1 point of damage. But Lodin's sword will kind of do full damage to him. So that's sort of the next progression. Again, the game expects us to go to Ugarit, but we are actually just going to go straight to the Barrow, which is it's on the way to Ugarit. It's most of the way there, but yeah. So we're going to go back through the teleporter. This is the first time using one of the point-to-point teleporters. This is the one. We were right next to it at the start of the game. You see it at the very start of the game in Oisen Forest, but it teleports you back here to Shamsuck's tower, which we automatically activated when we blew it up. So this gets us back to the bog, and now we're going to be going south from the bog. And there's some new movement that I've been doing in this section here. I used to take a couple encounters that were, I thought, faster than dodging it, but basically I'm going to be threading the needle between encounters all around me and also long dialogue triggers all around me. There's a couple dialogues with Ferris down here that take like a minute to go through, 40 seconds to a minute. So I'm going to be trying to thread the needle here. I'm going to be focused on this for a minute. But in the meantime, I can kick it over to Anatolu because it all really is just walking. I might do some save and resets if I get an encounter. But it's going to be mostly just walking for the next few minutes. So
Cool. Yeah, we've got $1 from RP Priya. Shoutouts to Palmer, who's running a game later this week, who modded the RPGLB Nintendo 64 to get capturable footage. And we've got $28 from Keanu. Someone told me there was an opportunity to have even more marathons, so let's push to see that happen here. Good luck on the rest of the run, Haktical.
awesome. Thank you, Keanu.
With those, we are $125 away from meeting the cheat code showcase incentive. So we've only got a little bit longer before the end of the run to meet that incentive. So yeah, please get your donations in.
Yeah, we're down to maybe 45 minutes left or so of the run. Ballparking that, I don't have split times really memorized for this game, honestly, but somewhere in that ballpark left. So yeah, this is the spot where I'm sort of using visual cues on the ground. I'm following like seams in the texture terrain and stuff like that. There's like a harpy on my right. There's a wolf on my left. There's a cutscene trigger on my left that I'm dodging. Not a cutscene, but a dialogue trigger. There's a scorpion over here now to my right. There's two Dracoverns, which are some flying wyvern guys that were on my right earlier. There's a troll on this ledge here. There's a cyclops on this ledge. I just walked past all of it without needing to sneak at all. Without needing to, I did do a save, but I did not end up needing to use it. So that was a sort of recent reroute that I've put into the run to improve that movement efficiency. And it's not been entirely reliable. There's a couple times where I've gotten encounters, and I don't really know why. So that safety save I did in the middle was in case I got a Dragovern fight, I could just flee and reload to skip it. It'd still be much faster than fighting it. It is a fightable encounter if I needed to, but it's not faster to do so. So then I'm going to be coming up here into this sort of like wasteland looking area. I'm going to sneak by a Cyclops real quick, but this is another very inconsistent movement section of the run where I'll be doing another safety save partway through. But it's again going to be threading the needle between encounters on my left and encounters on the right. That you'll see one of them. There'll be a manticore that you'll see in front of me at a certain point, and there will be a bat to my left, which you will not see. And the manticore isn't a problem, but it's slow. The bat is not really fightable. So, and the bat's the one that's the problem, the one that's likely to aggro. So I'm going to be using some specific visual cues, lining up with some of these trees here in order to move a certain way, to line myself up to avoid encounters. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to safety save at sort of the critical junction where the bat would normally attack me. And if I get the bat fight again, I'll flee and reload. But I will try to YOLO it once to see if I can get through without doing that. So it's coming up here shortly. There's a dead tree that you see that's on like the leftish side of the screen. The bat is normally near there, but it kind of flies back and forth. It's actually a couple dead trees. Kind of flies back and forth, and you aggro you from a long way away. So I'm going to stop here, and we're going to save, and we're going to cut to the left. Okay, nope. there's the bat. Not a big deal. But yeah, these guys are not resistant to or not weak to any of the status effects that we have, and they're just generally pretty strong. What I should be able to do is just load that save I just made and just continue on, and I won't get the aggro this time. I could have immediately loaded and skipped that, but I wanted to try to YOLO it once. So unfortunately we didn't get it, but that's all right. This is another spot where if I keep going straight up this hill, there will be a dialogue with Ferris again. The one that I dodged earlier that I was talking about was also with Ferris. There's like 3 or 4 different Ferris dialogue things where he's walking around with the Necromancer's staff and raising zombies and just being weird. And we don't really want any of those dialogues. So we're just gonna go around this, and then we're gonna come up to the Jundar Gate. So I'll make a safety save before the Jundar Gate. There's a specific dialogue set I need to choose to get through here successfully, and if I choose wrong, he's asked like kind of these philosophical questions about like what's your greatest strength and all that. And if you choose the wrong stuff, it forces you into an encounter that you can't run from. And I've kind of been a little sloppy with the dialogue here lately, so we're just gonna save it. Right. There we go. Through the Jundar Gate. So this is blocking off the Jundar Desert, which again is the way to Ugarit, but it's also the way to the Barrow, which is where I'm actually going. Get some jams in the desert. There's actually another song that'll play like very briefly that or maybe that's the song that was just playing that I kind of like, but then it keeps going back to this one. Unfortunately, I mean, this song's fine, but this is the better music, but only hear it for a few seconds.
Is there a reason it switches back and forth? Are you getting close to something?
It's just kind of the zone lines, yeah, as to like whether you're far enough south to Ugarit. One thing I didn't talk about, I wanted to make sure it's daytime for this walk. There was another bat or two in the wasteland area that I went through, and there's also a wraith right up here, but that are only out at night. So it's very important that it be daytime for some of this walk. Otherwise, I need to do extra sneaking, and basically I would just save in camp to make it daytime if it were night. But I will have to pay attention to it here. So this Barrow section is really confusing. Basically, there are these like graves underneath this, inside this Barrow area, and they're all like locked, and you need to go up top, and there are these symbols, and there's these rocks. There are these symbols next to these rocks, and there are these symbols next to the graves. And you kind of got to match them up in order. There's a room that has all 7 of them, because there'll be 7, lined up. And actually, I'm going to save real quick, now that I'm all the way down here, just in case anything weird happens. But you need to, in order, hit the first rock up top, which will unlock the coffin down here below, which will allow us to fight the white associated to it, and then fight the white, and then go upstairs and get the next rock, and then you're kind of going back and forth between unlocking the coffins and then killing out the guy that's in the coffin. And buried with them in these coffins is a certain treasure. So we need to collect all the treasure and then bring that to the room that shows all the symbols lined up in order to unlock a door to get to where Lugash is guarding the horn that I talked about earlier. That's sort of our reason for being here. Oh man, a tiny bit of HP. See if I have enough to get Keelan to 25 strength after that. Nope. So that Spirit Drake Helm is the item, the first item, and it won't let you leave the loot menu without looting the key item. So we're going to be doing this a few times. And this was one of the, I don't want to say like a routing change that I made, but definitely one of the things that got me faster at this run was just getting fast at this part and figuring out there's these 4 ladders down below that connect you to up top and where they spit you out and where the rocks are, and how to move without aggroing the zombies and the elementals that are down below. There's like a lot of complexity and a lot of confusion because everything kind of looks the same, and trying to get better at this part was one of the key parts to getting better at this run. So, done 2 of the rocks. That's number 3. Where am I? Yeah, it's really easy to get disoriented when you go down one of those ladders and just not know exactly where you are. And if you're gonna lag behind, then that roaming zombie ends up in a weird spot and can aggro you, and yeah, not a big deal. But that's 3. Again, there are 7 of them. Take Q1's point of strength now.
アイディン・クロニクルスター、ファースト
So
メ
again,
イ
this
ジ
is where
が
this is where the Wraith wanders
そう
next
し
to
て
this
か
fourth
ら
rock.
3時間
So it's
が
good that
経
it's still
過しま
daytime
した。
here because it means I don't need to deal with that Wraith. I don't need to
EST
camp.
的には
I
残り
can
1
run
時
over
間を
the
切
rock.
っていますの
I
で、
didn't realize that for a long
時
time.
期
In a long time, my routing was getting here at
ラスダンに
nighttime,
入っ
and I was
て
dealing
も
with
お
that
かし
Wraith,
く
and I
な
was
いか
constantly
なという
just
ところですが、
having to sneak around him and
先ほ
getting
どからし
fights
ば
and
ら
sort of
く
a
地
mess.
下の洞窟に入っ
Much easier
た
in the
り出
daytime
たり
here.
というのを繰り返していますね。ずっと同じ敵を倒してるように見えますので、
Alright, that's number 4. I will save before the fifth
焦
flight
りですか
because
ね。
he can use Frozen Doom on me, and if he uses that on Keelan for some reason, which I don't know if I've ever seen him use it on Keelan or not. He usually targets Auron first, but I have seen him not die in time, and yeah, we'll make sure to
同じとこから出て入ってしてますもんね。
when bad happens. But first, we got a random encounter here with a couple golems and a wraith.
経験値なのか、ドロッ
I
プア
could
イテ
skip
ム
this
なの
fight, but
か、
there are 2 coffins and a doorway I need to go past this guy for, so I'd have to sneak past him like 6 times, and it's just not worth it compared to just fighting at once. So we're going to use the classic. It's probably going to get resisted until Abracon gets to cast light.
ラスダン前の稼ぎというのがすごくしっくりくるムーブをしてるようには見えます。
Let's just move a little bit away so we only hit the Wraith with this. Again, I'm looking at the red borders around the icons on the left to determine what's going to get hit with that spell. Abracon cast light. So this should hopefully show the effectiveness of the aspect. Hopefully next time the Wraith doesn't matter, but hopefully the golems don't resist it now. All 3 resisted the first. And
主人公も2連続で行動できるようになってきます。3連続行動。
of that ability, even though it's only
ゴ
got
ー
a
レム
couple
の
of
動きが
species.
遅いのもあったのかな。
Alright, so we're gonna save here.
セーブしましたね。
Alright.
先進んだのかな。
Yeah, you can see he's kind of tanky, he's got a lot of HP.
あ、違うか。また同じ敵か。
And we've done enough that even if Keelan got hit, Abracon could probably finish this up. And we've also probably done enough stamina damage now that he can't even cast a spell. Yeah, he's just attacking. I talked a little bit about it earlier, but it sort of goes back to the way magic works, whereas if you do a certain amount of damage to an enemy, you deplete their stamina and then they're not able to cast a spell anymore. So there's a couple times where that's a factor where
持ち物がいっぱいかな。
you might just damage them and skip their scary actions by depleting that stamina. Alright, this is one of the more annoying rocks to hit. The last 2 are both pretty annoying. I'm actually going to reset encounters on this ladder here. And come over this way. There's a wandering zombie to my right that I'm really trying to avoid. We'll we'll cancel the encounter again just to be sure. Come on, go down. There we go. This is number 6.
まだ稼ぎのムーブが続きそうです
And
ね
yeah,。for being this late in the game, these guys are really easy. You know, we have no way of dealing with them with magic, but they're just pretty squishy. You know, in a
今の
casual
うちに
playthrough, you're going to be even stronger.
イ
You're
ベ
going
ン
to
ト概
go
要
to
を
Uber, you're going to get load and
ちょっ
sword.
と話してお
You
き
know,
ま
you're
す
going to
か。
have more stuff, and these guys really just fall over at that point. But even with this party, you know, with the minimal
現在、
XP
ジャ
that
パ
I've
ニーズ
done,
リストリームでは
not
RPG
so
リミッ
bad.
トブレイ
It's kind of
ク
interesting. Some of these items that I'm
2025 の
picking
様
up
子
actually
を
have
公
pretty good
認で
stats.
日本語
I
ミ
need to
ラー
give
配
them up
信
in
して
order
い
to
ます。
progress. But there's
RPG リミ
actually
ッ
a
トブレ
way
イク
to do
2025は
a
RPG
couple
作
of
品に
that
対して特に
by
フォーカス
doing
したチャ
certain
リティー
improvements
RT イベント
having
で
them
す。
equipped when you're giving them up
RPG
kind
と
of
いう
thing.
特
I
徴
don't
の
remember
た
the
め、
exact
タイトル
names
の
of
平
it,
均
but
時間
the
比較的長
this
く、
sword, I
他の
believe,
イベン
the
トでは
fire break
なか
sword,
なか見られ
I
ない
think
よう
there's
な
one
人
other
気タイ
item
ト
that
ル
you
も
can
予
keep.
定されています。
It's not worth doing it in the
今
wrong
回の
way
イベン
because
ト
I
から
just
は、
suck
コ
at
ロ
it.
ラド
But
州デンバーの
it
デ
is
ンバー
possible
テッ
to
ク
do
セン
that.
ター地区に移転しました。前回に引き続き、オフライン開催とリモートランで構成されています。今回の RPG リミットブレイク2025も例年に続き、ナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネス、通称ナミを支援するためのチャリティー RT イベントとなっております。
These treasures anyway.
ナミは精神疾患を持つ方やその家族、心の不調や悩みを持つ方たちを支えることを目的に設立された非営利団体です。特定のゲームには寄付と関連してカテゴリーの変更やエンディングの選択、追加でのボーナス欄が予定されており、各項目ごとに設定された目標寄付金額を達成した際に行われます。また、寄付金額を表に見立てたビッド王によってキャラクター名や選択肢などが決定されることもあります。寄付額に対する報酬は URL からご確認いただけます。イベントは本日午前2時半から開始し、来週の日曜日午後13時半頃まで昼夜問わず行われます。スケジュールをご確認の上、ぜひ最後までお楽しみください。もちろん、無理せず見ていただければと思います。
Alright, so we got all the 7 treasures. We need to find the treasure room to turn them in and unlock the door down to Lugash. So thankfully that's right down here. I know the quick way to get there. For some reason, it seems to hurt us every time we turn in one of these things. I don't really know why, but looks like we're getting hit. It's 3. Four. Five. Counting them because I have lost count before and not known when I'm done. Last one. And it only really matters because there's a little dust devil nearby that I don't want to fight.
喋ってる間に、いよいよ進行しましたね。
I was getting those like turning those
最
things
終
in
盤に
quickly
向
enough
かっ
that
てい
he's
く
never
と
going
こ
to
ろ
have
で
to
しょう
while I was
か。
doing the turn-ins, but if I tried to just run back,
仕
I'd get into
事、
that
仕
fight.
事、仕
So
事。
now we've
よ
turned in
し。
all 7 pieces of the treasure, so we're going to
仕事の
it's
休
going to unlock
憩
the door
に
and let
見
us
る
get
も
down
よ
to
し。
Lugash, who is guarding the horn. So one thing I need to do here is do some re-equipments. So I need to take all the wizard stuff back off of Auron again and put this back onto Keelan. Witch ring, wizard wand, wizard hat. This will be the last time Keelan needs that equipment for the run. And yeah, we're gonna head down here to this basement, and we might get a wraith encounter.
そうですよ
I've had
ね。
it in a
あ
long
ちら
time,
側
but
で
it'll
の
sometimes aggro you through the wall.
人気タイトルとか、
But we're gonna come right over here.
特にここ見どころっていうのが、
Galugash
ちょっとね、時間帯が
did not get
逆になっ
raised,
て
so
い
it's
たり
good.
しますね。
And Keelan is going to cast debilitation.
え
And this is the guy that we're supposed to need the special super sword in order to damage. And he's dead. He's gone.
I had a feeling that was going to be the answer.
今回のスタートタイトルが戦場のバルキュリアだったり、今夜はね、オクトラとか
We'll sneak past the
ありますもん
wraith
ね。
through this little
オクトラ2
crevice
か。
in the wall here. Then we'll find the
とはいえ、本当にタイトルごとそれぞれ一つ一つが長いので、案外見たいタイトルがお昼にやってるものもあるんじゃないですか、皆さん。
and you hear a little jingle with that. So one thing
あ
that's
と
been
は
happening kind of throughout the run,
日本人の奏者さんも何人か
but it's
参
really
加され
relevant
て
from
まし
that,
て、
is at certain
この
plot
後です
beats in
ね、
this game,
次のタイトル、
Alloran
マリオ&ルイージ
specifically is
RPG2 は、
just
豚
a bunch of
骨
XP
さんと
given
リ
to
フ
you.
さんの
So you get a ton
欄
of
になり
XP
ますの
for
で、
picking up that horn, and we will be spending that.
皆さんもそこに向け
It
て
does need some
ちょうどいい時間なんじゃないです
some
かね。
spells and some stats to get through
仕事も区切りがつく
the
方が
final
徐々に
boss,
増え
really.
てくるんじゃないかなと見ていますが、いかがでしょう
We're
か。
not quite to yet, but we'll be coming up soon. Had a bunch of running around to do first, and a couple cutscenes to watch. So we did meet that cutscene incentive, so one of those will be coming up pretty shortly. All right, first things first, I'm going to come out of this barrow, and we're going to save and camp. The save here is for two reasons. One is, again, camping can give you an encounter, but also I've had the game crash when coming out of the barrow and camping before. So we don't want that to happen. Okay, no encounter. Good. Pass the marshmallows.
外に出て、セーブして、
You had time to go get
朝になりま
marshmallows,
した
right?
ね。
You didn't tell me to go get them.
I asked you about them like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Man. All right, so we camped to get rid of that wraith here so we could just run past. We're going to be basically heading back the way we came from, all the way through the
シンボル
wasteland,
エ
all
ン
the
カ
way
ウ
through
ントの
Bog,
ゲー
back to the
ム、
forest, all the way back to Guarnia. We're heading back to Aramon. We've got one stop
RTA 的には
which
敵
is
よけをすれば
PvP.
戦闘少
Now
な
that
く
we
で
have
きる
this
っていう
horn,
利
now that
点
we've
はあり
got
ま
this
すけれ
stuff,
ど、
we're
普通
capable
の
of
ゲーム
purging
的には
and
どの
that will give us a
敵
big
が
boost of power. We're gonna get a bunch of
重要
spells,
な
we're gonna
敵
get
な
some
のかって
extra
いう見分けがつきづらくなるっていうのはちょっ
like
と
wizard. We're gonna get some
問
extra
題があ
stat
りますよ
for
ね。
free. So we're gonna find this guy, and this is sort of a scripted
No,
encounter
get away.
where, it's
シ
gonna
ャド
Alron
ウ、なんか
and
今までにない
Shadow
敵
are
が
gonna
出てき
be
ましたよ。
everybody's gonna be kind of caught in this vortex, slowly moving towards each other. And at the end of this will be one of the cutscenes, and there are a little bit of flashing lights. There's some lightning effects and stuff. So if you're sensitive to it, just be careful. It's not too bad in my opinion. But
Caught in the vortex of the shadow.
all right.
お、
Yeah, this is the flashing.
なんかエフェクトが来ました。
There's some N64 goodness in this scene.
I am Kirk Buzzer.
I am Kirk Buzzer.
俺は盗賊箱だ。
So this is going to show some of the history of
嘘つけ。
like our birth and our lack of a true name. So there's Oriana, our mom,
ムービーですね。
who is now revealed to be
シ
our
ャド
dad
ウがかなり重要な
secretly,
敵のようですけれど、
and we're being attacked by some goblins.
何があったんでしょう。
The king managed to get away, but and Oriana, like they weren't attacked, but this is when we were cursed as a child, and yeah, the king and Oriana obviously had to keep their relationship a secret, so we were kind of taken in as an orphan. That's why we were a squire in Guarnia. We've always been a favorite of the king.
Chaos,
and
body,
it's sort of why we've had a
spirit.
bad relationship with Prince Sheridan and some of the other people around town. Is the
Let
king
us
was
be
sort of
one.
to us, and this sort of
あ、
explains
シ
why.
ャドウは主人公の
Spirits
アゲ
now
って
merged
いうことだ
into
ったん
our
でしょ
body.
うかね。
We might have broken our neck in that fall, but it's probably fine. Elrond walks off screen before the text comes up on here.
What happened?
I think Brenna is usually there if she's still in your party. I mean, she's dead now, but I think that's wise. I think if Brenna's alive, then she's standing there. All right, so we're gonna be walking all the way back up through this wasteland. Let me actually do a menu real quick before I forget, which is we gotta take the wizard stuff back off Keelan again. Elrond's gonna equip all that. He's also going to join Wizard Wand, Wizard Hat. He's going to learn the Wall of Bone spell. Keelan can put her robe back on. Save. Save isn't really super necessary, but... Alright, we're going to be walking all the way back. Pretty much the same walk I did before. Through the wasteland, reversing kind of the same general path. Some of the movement's going to be a little different because pathing's a little different. I am going to need to take one fight. Could be anything, just I need to get into a fight in order to spend the bonus experience that I've gotten and level up some of my abilities. So I'll be doing that when I get something that's opportune to do so. Probably not till the forest though. So yeah, we've got a few minutes. I'll kick it back to Anatoly here.
Yeah, great. So after that inspiring Kirk Buzzer cutscene, we do have a $125 donation from an anonymous donor with the comment, Kirk Buzzer would cheat. With that, we did meet
会場で笑い声が起きてますが。
for the run.
Awesome.
Nice.
Thank you. He sure would too. So here I'm walked by the mana core on the left, the bat's still on the right like before. But yeah, we're be clear getting through there. It's a lot easier on the way back than it is on the way out there. So gonna be sneaking by the Cyclops and doing some more music. If you got anything else, any plugs or anything, great time.
Yeah, for sure. We haven't talked about it for a while, so I do want to mention that we want to send shout-outs to the people involved with our foreign language restreams. The French restream can be found at twitch.tv/left.
どうしても最終目的地に向かうまでマラソンになっちゃいますね。
_restream. So if those restreams can help you better enjoy the marathon, please go check them out. Send them some love. We always appreciate the restreams for the events here. So yeah, big shout out to the restream teams over there, everyone helping with those. We really appreciate everyone who is helping the marathon reach more people.
Yeah, awesome. The restreams are great and it's really fun. I play a lot of Japanese Dragon Quest games in particular, and it's always really fun to, after like a marathon run, go back and watch the Japanese restream with the chat and see the reactions to things that happen in the runs because
ジャパニーズリストリームという名前が今、当社さんの方で出てきましたけれども。
I'll probably check it out even for this run. I don't expect anyone probably really knows this game outside of me. But I'll probably go back and see if anyone had anything interesting to say about it in any of the restreams too. So yeah, now that we've done our spirit merge, again, in Ugarit, the town we did not go to, we were supposed to learn about the dragon, one of the ancient dragons that created the world. And it's still here.
いやー、リスニング力の不足で、なんとおっしゃっていたのかちょっとわからなかったですけど。
That dragon is actually resting in the caves in Eraman. So if you remember where I did the shopping and like went out and got the witch ring and met up with the Mirari and all that stuff. That cave system actually houses not the dragon itself, but like the path to the dragon, I guess I would say. So you get all this way through the game, and it's like, okay, go back to Eraman, and you're just, you know, it's a few minutes worth of walking, unfortunately. But the encounter, like walking is like, still pretty specific through here. Still doing everything I can to try to avoid encounters. This reverse path here is not at all guaranteed. I'll do a little save here just in case. But the new movement that I've been doing lately has been really working out, so not too worried about it. and kind of just using visual cues with the terrain and some seams on the ground and like some hills and trees and just trying to
なるほど、なるほ
follow
ど。
this stuff. So I'm going to be looking for the seam on the ground that I'm following to do a little zigzag up here. It's going to go left.
そうか。
It's going to go right.
ドラクエも好きだから、
And
バコタ
again,
になっ
there's
ちゃったの
a couple
か。
dialogues with Ferris. The old one that I dodged before is still here.
バ
There's
コタ
also
の次の
so you could get into two
ね、
dialogues
投
with
票数
Ferris
があ
if
っ
you
た
take
のがファンクな
if
ん
you go
で、
too far, like
ファンクも多分ドラクエ7のキャラクターですよ
just
ね。
kind of waste time. We made it back through there with no problem. So we're gonna follow this little high ground
今
back
回
to
のイベント中も
back to
ドラ
Shamson's
ク
Tower.
エ何作品か入ってましたね。
Thankfully, on this little high ground, little highway, it's a little out of the way. It's
明
you
日
know,
が
going west and then north and
11
then back to the east a little bit, but it makes not getting encounters really easy. There's
22
some
日
lizard men and
の
some other
早
enemies
朝
on
に
that really just aren't any fun to deal with. So rather than having to
ドラ
sneak by
ク
and
エ
deal with RNG about whether or not they show
1
up,
か。
you can pretty easily
そ
just take
し
this path.
て、
I'll do a
も
safety
う一個
save
ぐらいなか
before
った。
going through the teleporter
そうですよね。
back to Oyster
22
Forest.
日
I
の
have
夜
never
に
seen this
2が
happen, but I've
あ
been
ります
told
ね。
by a few people that that teleporter has sometimes caused people to crash.
模様元パスワー
I'll
ド。
save before going through it.
あ、そっか。それで24の深夜にテリワンもありますね。
Honestly, you know, I know my way around what causes what in this run, what causes crashes, how they show
あ、
up, where to
最
safety
終
save.
日、そう
I've
か。
done it
3
enough.
もあるんだ。
You know, the game is
PC 版だから
not
この前
necessarily
出
most
た
people, and even playing casual,
リメイ
you
ク
might
か
run
な
into one or two crashes, just randomly. So just something to
あ、
be
そうで
aware of.
す。
It's not really a big deal. Essentially,
こ
you
の
can save anywhere, but if you're
HD2D でしょ
someone
う
who's
ね。
prone to going long periods of time without saving the game or something like that,
今回、主人公につけられたカークバザーで、検索していただくとですね、
back to Oyster Forest, running back to
盗
Castle
賊バコタ
Cornea,
の
which was the
ページ
starting
に
castle of the game. I
飛
said
び
we'd
ま
be
した。
back here later, and now we're heading back. So the enemies here are going to be a little bit different than the last time I was here. I mentioned again earlier in the run how enemies in this game will sometimes change or respawn based on story events, and there are more enemies here now than there used to be. I aggroed this goblin, so I'm going to have to just reload it.
11は PC 版とは書いていますが、
Nothing too crazy, nothing we can't sneak past. There's
ど
a
うで
bear
しょう
that I will
ね。
probably end up fighting.
4時間
That will
45
probably be the fight
分
that I
の
spend my XP on.
EST
Try
を
to
見
avoid
る
it and take
限
an
り
easier fight
は、
if I can, but the
こ
bear's
れ
pretty easy, so
S の
not
方
an
じゃ
issue.
ない？どうだっけ？
Once I'm off this bridge, I should be able to run again.
ヒドラン .com で調べれ
And,
ば出て
yeah,
きそ
some
う
of
で
the
すね。
earlier enemies, the rats and the wolves and stuff, they're still going to be there. Okay, we got the bear. That's fine. Again, I just need any fight here. I don't actually need XP from the fight. It's just the only place I can spend my accumulated XP is in this post fight screen or at a trainer, but that's not helpful at the moment. So Auron needs to max out his dexterity, and then I need to put points into the Wall of Bones spell. This should go up to rank 9. And we don't have enough for rank 10, as expected. So he'll now be able to cast a powerful version of Wall of Bones. The more ranks gives it better chance of landing, and also, I think, but it
そ
also
うで
gives
す
it
ね。
more,
PC 版が出てるの
clean
がそもそも S なの
for
で
it、too.
多分 S だと思います。
So all these early enemies, they're like that rat's still here. We're still going to sneak by it. The other rat will still be there. The wolves will still be there. But this is the last time we're going to be coming this way, so.
さっき流れていた画面上の、ビットウォーの中に、ドラゴンクエスト11
I know Cowie's
Half
really happy
Path
about
って
that.
書いてあっ
He's
て。
really afraid of Wells. Not Wells the person. Wells as in like the fixture. Just been traumatized by Dragon Quest 6.
Yeah.
パフパフっ
We
て
can
そのまん
also
ま
town in DQ7 too.
擬音として導入されてんだって思いました。
So run past this rat. Okay, we're getting back close to Gornia. We got our Dutes coming back.
そう、PC 版の原作の時は、8時間、9時間かかってたんで、あんまり、そもそもプレイヤー数が多くはならなかったはずなんですよね。11って。11S になって、ムービースキップができるようになって、一気に人口が増えてるはずなので、4時間45でクリアする EST で申請されてるんだったら、まあ、S になってからのやつでしょうね。
Not completely, but almost. One more very important one we need to sneak past, so yeah, we're going to go back into the town of Gornia. If you remember earlier when I was in Aramon in those caves, I activated a teleporter, and I said that you kind of use both sides of it. And the second side led to Gornia's basement. The fastest way back to Aramon is actually running back to Gornia and using that teleporter. It's not like a huge deal. I mean, you're running through the forest anyway. You could branch off and take the previous path back to Aramon, but it is faster to do it this way, especially with a lot of the
EST 残り
enemies that we left up in our
30
way.
分のところ
If we cleared
で
the whole way there and cleared all
ぼ
the
ち
enemies
ぼ
in the
ち
way,
本当に
maybe
ラストの
it
地
could
域
be
まで
faster.
来
I'm
て
not
る
sure
ん
if
で
they
しょうか
respawn or not,
ね。
but that's not how we are approaching this run today.
移動手段が徒歩しかないっていうのは結構時間かかる要因ですよね。城の中が
So down into the basement. Same way we got there earlier.
ダンジョンになってるのかな。こういう雰囲気の BGM ですね。
Traherne sword earlier, and then this is the next room over, and there's this little ladder here that brings us to Aramon. So in these caves is hidden there's a locked door. We didn't fully explore it earlier, but there's a locked door on these caves that you would have, if you were playing casually, you would have kind of explored these caves to see like what sort of vendors are there and what sort of item pickups might be there. These caves really don't make a whole lot of sense. Good friend Error of Ruda likes to call them the paradox caves because where you come in and out of them doesn't
ラスダン
really
30分が長いか短いかっていうのは結構 人それぞれこれも感じ方あるところですよね。
Figuring out where to go and you're finding vendors and you're exploring around and you would have found a locked door, and that's where we're going to now. And the sage, drawing a blank on her name. The sage here will standing in front of it now and will let us in. Tell her that we've got the horn. That we're here to sort of hope we can trust talk the dragon into restoring our name. So we've got this little cave system to go through.
おー、それっぽい雰囲気出てきましたね。
We're not going to see any of them, but there's like minotaurs and stuff. If you ever decide you need bonus experience, you can use the stupidity spell to clear them out really easily. I did that in a couple of my early runs when I thought I needed rank 10 of Wall of Bones, but then I realized that rank 9 would work, so I don't do that anymore. But there's some good treasure in here also, I think, in this cave in general. All right, so we're going to come up here first and find the dragon key in a treasure chest. So shout outs to these mushrooms. Not this one in particular, but there's one that you don't really see until I'm on my way back. It's kind of right around this corner here. Might have seen Auron sort of warp a little bit. Those mushrooms have really weird collision. I'll run across some of them later so you can see. But they kind of they're kind of weird, and there's one mushroom in particular that's just known for being problematic, so Alright, so this monster here in the center of this bridge is the Fire Lord. I have 0 chance of fighting this guy with the party I have now. He's really difficult. He can fireball my whole party for like 90 damage. And as you can see, I have like 80 hit points, right? So he can just start one-shotting people. So we don't have any way of dealing with him, so we're just going to sneak past. I've tried Wall of Bonesing him because I think he's vulnerable to that. I've tried a couple other things that seems like he should be vulnerable to, and I can just never land it. So sneak past, we're able to kind of sneak between him and the side of the bridge there. Sometimes it is RNG, sometimes he will see you and attack you when you do that, so hence the save beforehand. I'm also going to continue to sneak. There's a Fire Elemental right around this corner. I can deal with the Fire Elemental if I need to. They are vulnerable to the Stupidity spell. They come in a group of 6 and they've got a fair bit of hit points and they do a fair bit of damage. So my preference here is to sneak past them. The actual harder part is to sneak past them on the way back. But if this does aggro me, I will just clear it rather than try to like save and reload past it and all that. Maybe on the way back I'll do that, but I don't want to have to save and reload for that Fire Elemental twice, so. But it's fine, we're past it. So this room here has got lots of mushrooms. I'll show you the collision that I'm talking about, like just kind of solid, run through this little patch of mushrooms. It's like kind of forcing you all over the place. I'm just holding straight up. Like you can see how it's doing weird stuff, so mushrooms are pretty goofy. The little fingers off to the left-hand side of this room have treasure in them, and there's also some enemies in them, so that's why I'm not running too close to them. But up here is going to be a dragon, and there's going to be a cutscene associated with this dragon. So this will be the final, the final cutscene, but we'll actually also play because of the incentive, we'll also play the scene before the credits. All right, so dragon.
ドラゴンっていう言葉がずっと先ほどから出ていましたので、このドラゴンがラスボスなんでしょうか。
Okay, now I see.
Chard, you choose the horn.
It's actually got too many dragons to be a Dragon Quest game. Give me my name.
You know yourself.
Who are you?
Myself, I'm myself. 読めねえわ。間に合わねえわ。
Kirk Buzzer.
Kirk Buzzer! Kirk Buzzer! バコタなんだよな。
Reminder that we got here through some caves.
Kirk Buzzer.
Like. Alright. Horn is gone. You've now been named. We are now officially Kirk Buzzer.
That was already your name.
Yeah, but now it's our true name.
Huh. Okay.
Yep. So now we're whole. We got our spirit merged. We got our true name, and now we'll have the ability to fight chaos. So now we need to head back to Gornia Castle, where the chaos is attacking Gornia Castle, and we need to save the castle and defeat chaos. And so that'll be the final boss coming up. We're gonna run back to the teleporter. So there's a short run back to this cave the same way we came from. Try to skip this fire elemental. Let's see, we might end up getting an encounter with it, but I will try to actually do a save scum past it if I need to, because I don't want to fight this guy. Once I get to this top flat landing here, we're just gonna sneak early, sneak often. Yeah, the one thing that can get you here is this fire elemental will sometimes like randomly turn around. I'll actually just save here in case I need to do a couple saves to get past it. In case he happens to turn around. Yeah, if he turns around, if he's looking at you, he's more likely to attack you. So if he turns around and stares at me while I'm sneaking around him, we might get into a fight, but it seems like we're clear. we have to
ス
sneak
ニー
back
キン
to
グって言ってました
Firelord.
ね。
Okay, Bast him again. We'll do one more save out here.
セーブをして、
We've been making all these saves, and thankfully I
Safety
haven't really needed to use very many of them, but there have been a couple that have been really helpful. So
まだい
I
ま
know
す
it seems
ね。
like I'm saving a lot, and I do it a lot less in PB attempts, but it really is, really does add a lot of consistency to this run. Everyone's looking for a pretty stable RPG to run. I mean, this game does have a few big walls, but okay, he saw us, so glad I made that save. We might actually just, Okay, we didn't game over. We will reload that save. But you can see why I don't want to fight this guy.
逃げられ
See
ま
where
し
it
た。
puts me back to also, like,
結局ロードす
far
んのか。
walk if I,
どうやったらこれ
save here.
抜けられることになるんだよ。そもそも見た目的に思いますけどね。
His hitbox sometimes makes it easier to go in front of him, which is
後ろを通りさえすればいいっていうことなのかな。
see him getting stuck on him a little bit more behind him.
避けれてるらしいです。
We got past that time though, so it's all good. And
結構エンカウントしちゃう範囲が広いんでしょうね。
There's going to be one mushroom in the middle of the path, and I've seen people get stuck on this mushroom for like minutes at a time.
シンボルがいるよりもかなり広い範囲の段階で塩化したり、
This mushroom. But
走り始めるのもだいぶ遅かったりするとこ見ると。
yeah, see, you can get stuck on it, but it's easy. I wanted to get stuck on it.
キノコでスタックしてましたね。
If you tilt the stick up and left, it's pretty easy to get past. But I've seen people get stuck doing that for like I said, like 5 minutes. Yeah, so we're just going to be running back to the teleporter, back to Guarnia, and then setting up for the final boss. So this will be the last chance to kick it over to the host. If you got anything else you want to talk about.
Sure, yeah. We do have a $5 donation from Genesic Gunleon. No comment, but thank you very much for that donation. And yeah, no, otherwise I think we are just here to see this through the end.
Cool. And then the confirming the cheat code showcase got met, right?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, let's see the cutscenes. Let's see the cheat codes.
Yep. Cutscenes are all done with now. Hope people enjoyed them, especially both the Soul Merge and the Dragon naming one. I think are both pretty incredible, and they're really relevant to the story. And I think that the Dragon one in particular goes really well with the naming incentive to really show off that name.
Did it ever?
Maybe not this name, but you know, in the general sense. So I'm really glad that got met. So the final boss.
のファイナルボスって
It's
いう
gonna be
言葉が今
back-to-back
出ま
fights.
した
We're
ね
gonna。have 2 fights in a row. The first fight's pretty easy. It's gonna be with Prince Sheridan. It turns out that he was a traitor all along, working with the Chaos. And then the second one is gonna be with Pachanargit, who the game actually spells her name 2 different ways depending on when it's written. So it's either Pachanargit or Pachangarit. I don't really know which one's correct, but you know, one of those 2. And the strategy is going to be to use that Wall of Bone spell that we picked up. So they're both single fights. It's only 1 enemy in each one. They're both vulnerable to Wall of Bones. Prince Sheridan will sometimes resist it, so you have to kind of account for that. But the real issue is that Pachangarit will, if they get an action, will cast the Mirror spell, which makes them immune to magic. And so I need to make sure that on that fight, Alaron goes before the boss. And if that does not happen, then I need to reset and reload the save and try again. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I've been walled there for a few minutes before, so it could take a few tries. But let's everything we can. So this is the final save. Let's make sure I don't have anything
Final
in
save.
inventory. Now everything's fine. So we're just going to save here. Final one.
2戦はありそうですね。ファースト
And
is easier みたいな感じで言って
let's
たの
go.
で、
So Prince
1
Sheridan
戦目
first.
はある程度戦いやすそう。
Sort of interesting when we beat him, he'll drop his sword, Sheridan's sword, but it's not really that good. You can also see in this cutscene here, or this dialogue here, Elrond's holding a sword that you don't recognize. That's Lodin's sword that we were supposed to have for getting through Lugash. He's programmed as having it in this cutscene, even though we never got him.
シェリダン begins action
Old bones.
出てきました
Okay, we got
ね。
through Sheridan.
Wall of Bones 前も使っ
And
て
now
ま
it's
したよ
up
ね、
to
こ
the
れね。
roll of the dice of
勝ったあ
each corner
本当に簡単になって戦闘。
As Dragon Quest speedrunners,
ウ
that's
ォー
a
ル・オ
great
ブ・ボ
part.
ーンズ
Yeah,
で
exactly. Nothing's
一
ever gone
掃
wrong.
で
If
き
only
ち
I
ゃ
could
う
get a
と、
meteorite armband
行
or
動
something.
封じができちゃうんですかね。
The
変
the
態
model
し
just
ま
kind
し
of
た
like
が
moves around during the scene a little bit. The camera's pointing at like nothing. Like mentioned a couple times the choreography of this game. Okay, we went first. Let's get a little closer. All bones. And time is coming up.
ウォール・オブ・ボーンズは、
And time.
お、
That is
あ、
the
終わっ
final-
た
Sorry for not having
突然終わった
So yeah, so I will turbo through this dialogue here, but I want to show the final
知
scene.
ってる時間すげえ長かったのに突然終わった。
It's worth watching as part of the incentive. There's a short little dialogue here with the king. The king is
稼ぎをしてたのはこのウォール・オブ・ボーンズを覚えるためとかだったのかな。ちゃんと見れてなかったですけれど。
the king of Gornia in his place.
え
So
ー
the final scene is sort of a crowning scene.
ラスボス。よ
And then after that final scene, I will reset the game and we'll jump into the
かった。気抜いてなくてよかったよ。突然終わっちゃったよ。
Alright, so here's the final cutscene. We get to see a lot of the people and a lot of the
何にせよ、
various
奏者の
people that
ハクティカルさ
we
ん。
encountered throughout the game.
GG for the run. Aidyn Chronicles The First Mage タイムは3時間39分42秒でし
Higher
た。
music budget on this,
お
final
疲れ
scene.
様でした。きっとね、行動順が現状の育て具合で十分主人公が相手より先に動けるっていう状況が一つあるんでしょうね。雑魚がもっと早く動いちゃう分、さっきみたいな特殊変化ができちゃうわけですよね。
King is home at last. Kirk Buzzer, Kirk Buzzer, Kirk Buzzer, the king.
バコタがここまで称えられた日がかつてあっただろうか。
Get a little fog show, some lights. I promise this game came out in 2001 and not like in the 80s.
主人公が王位を継承してゲームが終わりを迎えるということです。
So here we get to see the blue guys are the
Long live
the
Gwynner, long live the king,
dryads.
long live
Gate.
Granier.
Who's that? This guy.
Wait, can it really be? My son, my beautiful son.
And
I feel
soon,
so proud of you. And soon,
and she's gone. Don't mind her. She
don't
could
mind
never
her.
finish a thought.
She could never finish her thought.
Okay.
To magic.
The magic.
All right, and that is the end of the final scene. So I'm not going to watch the credits here. There's not really much to watch. I'm just going to
という
reset
こと
the
で
game right into
エンデ
the
ィングですね。
cheat showcase.
さて、
So there are a few cheats in this game that are boring, right? You can get a bunch of experience, you can get a bunch of gold, stuff that might help you through the game. Those aren't the ones I'm going to be showing. So first I'm going to reload the final save here real quick and just show one of the spots.
チートコードショーケースというのがビットで、ちょっと達成されてるのかな？あ、達成されたんですね。Show off some of the Aidyn Chronicles cheat codes after the run. なので、残りの時間使って、8分のね、タイム作ってくれましたね。これを使って、
Get a little sound effect confirming that the cheat happens. And nothing's going to change, right? It's still an empty
見せてくれるよう
room.
で
Let's walk
す。
back in. And there's this treasure on the ground. And you open the treasure, and we get a hockey stick. Now, let's take our best weapon that we've been using throughout the run,
Hockey
Warfang.
stick.
Let's look at some stats real quick. So Warfang,
オッケーのスティッ
55 to
ク。
hit, 4 damage, some warrior stats.
こういうアイテムは本当に
Hockey stick, 100 to hit, 10 damage, 5 strength, 5 warrior, crushing death. It is very, very strong. So this is sort of the
すごい
first,
強いらしいです。
first cheat item. I'm actually going to show off one other cheat real quick here because some of the cheats.
オッケーのスティックがアイテムになってるとか、本当にアメリカン
So
な
I'm just
感
going to
じし
show
ます
real
ね。
quick.
すごい強い棒。
There's one in particular, which is Flea. So Flea.
次が
Your confirmation
Flea.
sound. And all of a sudden we're going to be really small.
飲み。ああ、なるほど。小さくなるんですね。
Also jump now.
ああ、ジャンプ
So
力
they
が高く
programmed
な
the
る
jump
と。
mechanic into
は
this
いはいは
game
いはい。面白いですね
that。just has no reason to be here. But yeah, so that's one of these goofy ones. The camera actually is like really hard to even see yourself. Keep it pointed at yourself when you're in this mode. I kind of wonder what movement speed would be like if you actually used this code and tried to like run through the game with this. But I've not actually tried it to find out. So I'm going to reset here just to clear that. Like I said, some of these transformation cheat codes will persist through load. So that's why I'm resetting rather than just loading a different save because that flea actually I think persists. But I do have a special file prepped. It's not really anything too special, but just to prevent having to run around that I can load here. So this is back at Oriana's hut. We're going to enter in one more code here. So similar to how we got the hockey stick, we can do exclamation dark side.
ダークサイド。
Go into Oriana's house, and down here near the bottom, you can kind of see there's like some gold and some diamonds here, and we can check this, and we can get a light reaver, which is very similar to the
Light
hockey
reaver.
stick, also with physical resist and
Oh.
immolation spell. So we have
キースティッ
two
クと
cheat
同じような
weapons
効
now.
果の。
So
Item
let's
ですかね。
let's equip these weapons and let's get into a fight and see what they look like. So we're gonna have Elron equip the hockey stick. We're going to have Keelan equip the light reaver, and we want Abracon to have the Warfang equipped. So let's go over here and get into a fight real quick. There's a little bat
右
flying
手に
around.
ホ
Easy
ッ
enough
ケー
to
ス
get
ティ
to.
ック。
So we can take a look at these weapons. So this is the light reaver.
左手に
Kinda looks exactly
ライ
like
ト
a
リーバーみた
lightsaber.
いなことをしてません
I
でし
know
た
there
今
aren't very many pixels, but it definitely looks lightsaber-ish. It's very visible. It's glowing blue. And let's see what we can see for other characters. So this is the hockey stick for Auron. So it kind of just looks like a hockey stick. And these are kind of hard to see. I think we need to get a better look at them. So let's actually flee from this fight real quick. And we're gonna enter another code here, which is Big W. Oops. Messed that up. Big W. Let's go
ビ
get
ッ
into
グ
the
W。
fight. Things might look a little bit different this time. Oh, lightsaber looks a little bit bigger. Let's see what everyone else
で
looks
か
like.
くない武器。
So here's Abracon
本
with
当に
his
ライトセーバー
Warfang.
みたいになってるけど。
And then here's the hockey stick.
武器でかいよね。
Weapons and shields are gigantic. I intentionally
みん
set
な
some
の武器が
shields
で
on
か
this,
くなったね。
save file so
あ
that way.
ここまででかくなるとホッケースティックの迫力すげえな。
Giant mode. I think it looks really great. But yeah, these are the cheat weapons in a little bit more detail than you get in the shrunk up size. So yeah, that's that one. It wouldn't be an N64 game without like cheat codes to make things bigger and stuff, right? So
あ、なるほど。ウェポンのダブルか。
speaking of that, let's also do this next one, which is going to be balloon.
Ball.
And that'll give you a big head mode. Only for Auron though. It doesn't give you a big
Oh,
head
they
for
fucking
any
nice.
other party members, unfortunately. But it wouldn't be an N64 cheat code without a big head mode. Anyone who's played GoldenEye or
ビッグ
played
ヘッドモードって言いま
Turok
し
or
た
any
ね
of。those games knows was sort of a staple of the era. So, yep. And then in addition to this, so that's sort
こ
of
う
the
いう
main character-oriented
裏コー
ones.
ドが
But we also get some
公式
transformations.
に
So
入
similar
れ
to
ら
how
れ
I
て
did
る
at
っていうのは
Fleet,
なんかすごく
we'll have a few of these we can do. So the first one's going to be Crawdaddy. This turns us into a Chaos Stormer Trooper dude. We can sort of walk around on him. We can't sneak or anything in this mode. Enemies will still aggro us, so it doesn't really give us any advantages, but we can walk around as a...
これ通常プレイでできることなんですかね。
And then...
でもさっきのラン終わった後のデータでも出たからやれるんだろうな。
This will give us a Griffin, and the Griffin
そう
moves
いうこと
by
ですよね、多
flying.
分。
So, I don't know if you'll actually
す
really
げ
see Griffins fly
え。
in the run. Maybe near the like to and from the
面
barrel
白
like
い
in that
な。
wasteland area, there might have been a Griffin that flies, but this is what their flying animation looks like. So you kind of fly around. You can't really land anywhere that you wouldn't expect to be able to. So I don't, at least not in the little bit I've tried. I don't know if there's anything you could really break with this, but I'm kind of curious if the jumping or flying would ever let you break any sort of mechanics. And then one last one for everybody's the favorite, the iconic enemy of this game. The ogre. There he is in all of his glory. And that is Aidyn Chronicles. So I want to give a shout out to my friends that are here, Cowie to help hang out with me on the couch. You know, like I mentioned it during the run, in particular Darkwing Duck for doing some initial runs of this that sort of got me interested. Elastoid and Ridley Killer for teaming up on coming up with some updated routing and you know, putting together a representative route and time for that, which sort of tipped me into the edge of learning the game. I think those are sort of my main shout outs. There aren't too many other times on the board, and Gander is the only other one I know of, and I've never really spoken to him, so I don't really have anything to say there, but he's also was involved with pushing the time down once upon a time, so I'll shout him out too. But yeah, not many people on the board. It's a pretty chill run. If anyone's looking for something sort of fun and goofy to run, this is a great place. It's a pretty consistent run, so yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching, and again, I'm haktical. This was Aidyn Chronicles.
ということでね、あっという間のお時間でしたけれども、
Alright, GG haktical.
こちらで、エイディンクロニクルのランと、一通りのね、チートコード紹介も終わりました。現地は、深夜2時半ですかね。まだまだここから始まって半日も経ってないところ、半日経ったところか。ですので、ここからも楽しんでいきたいと思います。ジャパニーズリストリームも引き続き続いていきます。一旦次のゲームへの切り替えがありますので失礼いたします。チャンネルはそのままジャパニーズリストリームをお楽しみください。
Chronicles on mental illness's current work is informed by more than 40 years of inspiring conversation, support, and action that ultimately strengthens the fabric of communities and promotes opportunities to thrive for anyone touched by mental illness. NAMI draws on their past accomplishments, the wisdom of lived experience, and current scientific understanding of mental health to help those suffering. During the break here, I do want to remind everyone that we do have some great prizes that you will be eligible for if you are able to donate, especially in the next couple runs here. So up until Landstalker, we've got some prizes that are, we're nearing the end of the availability window to get those. We have the Chain Chomp plush, donated by Ghost Kumo. The Final Fantasy VIII wooden case replica, donated by Pigmented. The Live Alive PC feed, provided by Possum Coffee. The Shy Guy tabletop miniature, provided by Mr. Dean, and the Super Mario locking storage box, provided by Heroic Spirit Game. All of those are only until Landstalker, which is coming up after the run following this one. Anytime during the marathon, with a minimum $200 donation, you will be eligible to win the Nintendo Switch 2 bundle provided by RPG Limit Break staff. Some incentives for upcoming runs that you can donate toward. The next one is for Landstalker. Again, this is coming up in the run right after the one that's coming up next year. And that incentive is to complete the dog dungeon. Currently we are at $330 out of 500, so that one is getting close but does need a little bit more love and attention. Then we'll also have